Gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to day number 2 here at the Co-op Community Complex right here in beautiful Beausejour, Manitoba. We are getting set with race number 1 of a total of 54 races here today, brought to you by FXR. I'd like to thank the great folks from FXR for being such a big part of the Co-op Community Complex and our great events here. Want to welcome everybody to the live event here today, and of course, all of you on the World Wide Web tuning into CoolDown.tv's production. We're going to start out the day with race number 1. Relic Mod Superstock 300 single cylinder fan cooled and free air final. This one will be a short sprint, just 3 laps. The 13 is going to be Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg. Kieran is on a 1971 Yamaha. The 501 is Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve on a Skidoo. The 94 is Brian Kep from Rosewood, Manitoba. Scratch the 69 of Colin Demianic and the 11 of Don Kajir. In this race, the 57, Ken Bruce out of St. Anne, Manitoba on a 71 Yamaha. And the 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan on a 71 Arctic Cat. Well, Riley Baker is back as our head flagman. And green flag is waving. Here we go. The 179 and the 57 get off the line quite quickly here. 179 Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan, showing pretty strong early. This is race number 1 of 54 on the day. Relic Mod Superstock 300 on track. Next up, we will have 3 heats of Pro Champs. Race 2, 3, and 4 are for the Pro Champ classes. Of course, we had our USSA Pro Star Cup round 1 yesterday. I'll tell you more about that when we get there. 179 of Mackey leading this one, followed by the 57. That is Ken Bruce. Ken is out of St. Anne, Manitoba on the 71 Yamaha. But right now, the 179 of Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan, has it figured out. 62 miles per hour on that circuit. Once again, a final call to staging for 3 Pro Champ 440 heat races. Lots happening in the Pro Champ division yesterday. If you were not with us, some pretty wild stuff going on we'll talk about later as we watch race 1 of the day. Your Relic Mod Superstock 300 single-cylinder fan-cooled and free air final. Checkered flag is out on the front straightaway now. And the 179 is going to win it. Doesn't sound like it's running too well from up here. But the 179 is going to make it. 57 coming home in the second spot. That is Ken Bruce out of St. Anne, but troubles for Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Good thing that wasn't a 5-lap race. Jason Mackey getting lucky early Sunday morning here. Jason out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan on the 71 Arctic Cat. Number 13 comes to a stop. Kieran Lowen on the 71 Yamaha, but I think drives away from the recovery sled here. Well, of course, yesterday was round number 1 in the USSA Pro Star Cup event. And Brett Richter doing a great job talking to many of those drivers throughout yesterday's event right here, which finished under the lights. Pretty interesting. Blaine Stevenson on the 102 went into the bales in the F3 class and then came back to win the Pro Champ 440 class. So that tells you how tough some of these competitors are. Also noteworthy in the Pro Champ 440 class yesterday, Travis McDonald out of Lockport on the Skidoo had a heck of a day. And when it came time for the final, well, maybe, I guess an hour before the final or so, took sick. Got the flu and was unable to make the final. And I'll tell you, Travis has won Saturday and Sunday in December here in Beausejour before. And my word, was he fast yesterday. However, couldn't make the final call for the final race. So Travis McDonald, we understand, is back today. Not feeling perfect, but he's going to give it a shot. So that's good news. If you're a Travis McDonald fan, he will be back on track, at least early in the day. 1 race at a time is what we're told. He's going to give it a shot. So Blaine Stevenson picking up the big win in round 1 of the USSA Pro Star Cup event yesterday here at the Co-op Community Complex in Beausejour. All right, Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat 1 coming to the line now. 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. That is a Hool chassis. Aboard the number 24, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises out of Beausejour, is Jordan Sobetsky. 92 is female competitor Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson, and Gavin is from Chisago City, Minnesota on a Skidoo. 8 is Travis McDonald, just talked about him, and the 102 scheduled to start is Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud. Wall Brothers Racing, FXR entry on the inside. It looks like the 102 of Blaine Stevenson picking up where he left off yesterday. He is your leader in round one, heat one of the Pro Champ 440 division. And of course, with his win last night, will be leading now the USSA Pro Star Cup points for 24-25. While Blaine Stevenson has been awful quick all weekend long. 39X and the 8th, second and third here. Justin Peterson out of Campbell Sports, second. Travis McDonald out of Lockport, third on the Skidoo. 100 miles per hour, we're told. That, of course, on the previous lap. Rounding out the top 5 is the number 6 of Gavin Peterson. And the 24 of Jordan Sobetsky. White flag coming out for your race leader. The Wall Brothers Racing 102. Travis McDonald on the 8 could be closing up just a little bit on the 39X of Justin Peterson out of Campbell Sport, Wisconsin. This time around, the checkered flag will be waving, and it's going to go to the Wall Brothers 102. Second is the 39X, Justin Peterson, followed by McDonald. Then Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises, number 24 out of Beausejour unofficially. Look to your cooldown.tv broadcast online for official results. We will post those as soon as they become official. Great to have Chris and Anthony back from cooldown.tv. Brett Richter in the pit area with us, doing some pit side interviews throughout the day as he did yesterday and did a fantastic job. All right, so race number 2 already in the books. Here's race 3 coming up onto the racetrack. Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat 2. Well, here's a guy to watch. Out of West Chicago, Illinois, G-Money Gunnar Stern will be on the 220. That is the Red Bull Skidoo. The 54 is going to be Calvin Peterson. And Calvin is from Eden, Wisconsin, also on a Skidoo. On a 2025 Skidoo, the number 48 is out of St. Jude, Quebec. This is Philippe Roy-Lalonde. And out of Beausejour on the number 21 is Tyler Obi. The 16 is DJ Saluk, and DJ is from Beausejour. The 31 is Will Garceau out of Michigan, Wisconsin, and the 79, Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec on the 2023 Polaris. Sabrina Blanchette with us once again, her second visit to this facility in her lifetime, and she does a fantastic job in this and some of the vintage classes. As we get set to go, we are on race number 3 already here today. Riley Baker is our head flagman, and we got some jumpers. We're going to try this one again. Question is, are we going to push anybody back here? Good looking number 48 out there. Philippe Roy-Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec, getting set to go. And we'll try to restage him here in race number 3, your Pro Champ 440 class, round 1, heat number 2. Actually, this should be, I do believe, the second time Sabrina has been here. I just looking at some stats here online. I'm trying to come up with something here about Sabrina Blanchette in terms of her record in the vintage classes. We know she races lightning sprints in Quebec in the summer months. And it looks like the 79 is going to start in the back row here on the restart. Here we go. 21 with not such a good start. That is Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. So we are in round 1, heat number 2. 5 laps is the distance. Tough break for Sabrina Blanchette. Having to restart at the back here. Here they come down the front straightaway. G-Money Gunnar Stern being followed by the number 48. That is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Had a chance to talk to Gunnar Stern in the trailer on Friday. A great gentleman, a serious competitor. They have a great program put together. In the third spot is the 54. That is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. Currently occupying the third spot here. As G-Money Gunnar Stern continues to pull away from the field. .98 miles per hour on the previous lap, according to our radar in turn number 1. White flag, 1 to go. Leaders working their final lap now. Checkered flag is in the air. It's going to go to G-Money Gunnar Stern on the number 220, followed by the 48, the 54 in third place. The 16 coming fifth, the local rider. That is DJ Saluk, unofficially fifth on the number 16. DJ Saluk out of Beausejour on a 2022 Polaris. 79 of Sabrina Blanchette is stopped on the track looking for assistance from our recovery crew. Great to have Sabrina Blanchette with us here once again. All right, we'll go through the lineup quickly for race number 4 coming up on your schedule. Pro Champ 440. Once again, this is round 1, heat number 3. And out of Sorel-Tracy, Quebec, the number 3 is going to be Danique Lambert. The 55, Brett Keelback, is from Beausejour. Riding the number 15 is Hunter Sears from St. Francis, Minnesota. That is a 2024 Polaris. And on the 11, out of Lodi, Wisconsin, this is a 2023 Wall Chassis. The pilot is Fred Mankey. 39, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, FXR, and Walker Evans Shocks. 39 is going to be Tom Olson. The 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. And the 26 from Beausejour is Quinn Whitechuck. Quinn Whitechuck on the 26 out of Beausejour on a 2025 Skidoo. All right, well, Calvin Cook took a little bit of a nasty spill here yesterday, but is back to give it a shot in Pro Champ 440 here today, so good news. There's the 21 heading off the racetrack, Tyler Obi out of Beausejour, but great news from the Calvin Cook pit area. The 75 will come back today to compete. He left with the paramedics, came back to the facility before the racing was over, said he was a little sore, but wants to give it a shot here on the 75 in the Pro Champ class. So good luck to Calvin Cook on the 75 as we get through race number 4 here and get him to the line. All right, race 4 on the track. As we mentioned, attention in the pit area. Race 5, 6, and 7 are all Pro Formula 500 races. So if you're in that class, you need to check your lineups and get into staging because you guys and girls are next. That is race 5, 6, and 7. Race 8 and 9 will be Pro Formula 3s. So again, watch the lineup sheets. Do not miss your race. We are moving quickly here today as usual. They do a great job back there in staging, but they need all the riders ready to go. They do not wait. There's the Hagen 75. Second from the outside, the 26 right there as well. That is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Good looking 2025 Skidoo. Getting set to go. Round 1, Heat 3 of the Pro Champs. Good action in turn 1 and 2. It looks like the number 3 of Danique Lambert got off to a very good start. Danique is from Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. Listed on a 2013 Skidoo here. 26 pulled off the racetrack. Right now your leader is Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota on a 2024 Polaris. Racing through turn 4 now and down the front straightaway. 75, Calvin Cook into the second spot. And looking pretty darn good. 93 miles per hour on the previous lap. Great racing for second, third, and fourth. Danique Lambert on the number 3. And the 39 of Tom Olson really getting at it here. You could put a blanket over the top 4 in turns 3 and 4. '75 to the 4th spot. That is Calvin Cook. Great battle for 5th and 6th into turn number 3 and 4 now. $15 gonna take it. That is Hunter Sears, the 3 of Danique Lambert out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. On the Skidoo, unofficially in the second spot there as the riders head back to the pit area. Next up will be Pro Formula 500 ×3, race 5, 6, and 7. And again, a reminder, if you're in those classes, please be ready to go in staging. Good shot from cooldown.tv. You can see Calvin Cook on the 75. The 3 is there as well, Danique Lambert. Skelton at number 3, heading back to the pits. That is some intense racing in that Pro Champ 440 class, which this year is using a new 106-inch track. They can also run the 116. The 106 was created to be a little bit more durable. Now the verdict is out on that one, of course, because it is very early in the season. But some of the riders or drivers do like the fact that they have that new 106. Some of them not quite sure about it, and that was all conversations we had on Friday in the pit area. All right, rolling next with race number 5. Pro Formula 500, round 1, heat 1. 51 is going to be Zach Onson out of Weston, Wisconsin. 29 is Brad Harrison. Brad, of course, out of Enola, Manitoba, and sponsored by Triton Mechanical and Big Smoke in Steinbach. The 99 is Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin. Riding the 434 from Lancaster, Minnesota, this is Miranda Peterson. The 54 is Tom Keelback from Tyndall. The 9, Dane Klinger, keep your eyes on that rider, out of Athens, Wisconsin on the 9. The number 7 is Marcus Caitlin from Merrill, Wisconsin. And the 44 is Marley Peterson from Lancaster on a 2023 Westland Farm chassis. Zach Onson on the 51, rolling up the 29. Brad Harrison on the Triton Mechanical entry. The 9 of Dane Klinger joining the party on the inside, alongside the 54 of Tom Keelback out of Tyndall. Marcus Caitlin on the number 7 on the extreme outside out of Merrill, Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris. '29 in the 4.34 doing battle in turn 1 and 2. Miranda Peterson on the 4.34. First out of turn number 2 with the 29 trailing Brad Harrison on the number 29 second. Things will change fast though, as you can see. 29 now in the lead. Second spot is the number 9 of Dane Klinger. Dane is out of Athens, Wisconsin. Top 3 now heading into turns 3 and 4 on the big half-mile oval here at the Co-op Community Complex. And we have got a crash in turn 3 and 4. Red flag is out on the facility, so we will have our safety crews heading on over there immediately. That is the 4.34 apparently of Miranda Peterson involved. All right, it looks like the 4.34 rider is up. So that is good news for Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster. She briefly led this race earlier, and well, you can always replace or repair sleds, but it's always great to see that the rider or driver is okay. As our recovery team, look at how fast they work here at the Co-op Community Complex. Our volunteers are fantastic as we go to our cooldown.tv replay. See if we can pick this one up. Going to try another angle there. That one kind of showed us the end of the crash. We're looking for something that showed why the crash occurred. Looking like the 4.34 will not continue in this particular race, however. Again, we'd like to welcome everybody on the World Wide Web to our cooldown.tv broadcast here today. What did we have yesterday, Anthony? We had an incredible viewership throughout the day and the night. Do you remember what the numbers were?
I think we maxed out about 1,700.
Wow, about 1,700. Wow, almost 2,000. That's great. That is awesome. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. All right, well, we told you earlier we have Brett Richter with us here in the pits doing some reporting. Very valuable. Brett, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Darren. Welcome to everybody here. Just a quick update on those Champ Heats. All 3 of those sleds that came up on the tow sleds were belt-related problems. 1 dry belt and 2 of them are regular belts for the clutch systems. Also, Travis McDonald survived the first round and is looking at another round of champs, so hopefully his health will stay with us for the day. Everything else here is good. Back to you.
Hey, thanks very much, Brett. As we get set to go racing once again here, we are on race number 5. This is your Pro Formula 500 class. Always very competitive with these riders. Round 1, heat 1 on the racetrack. So apparently some issues with the 440s as we learned from our eagle-eyed reporter in the pits, Brett Richter. There's the Triton Mechanical Big Smoke number 29 of Brad Harrison. Getting to that line. And then the 9, very strong runner, Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. The 99 is Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin. Then it looks like the 54, Tom Keelback. Tom is a local here, Tyndall, Manitoba. And the 7, Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill. 51, Zach Onsen. And the 44, of course, Marley Peterson out of Lancaster. This heat race originally scheduled for 5 laps for FXR. I'd like to thank FXR for all their involvement here at the Co-op Community Complex. As Harrison on the Triton Mechanical Big Smoke and Steinbach, number 29, continues to show the way. Green flag being displayed. Number 9, Dane Klinger with heat on the leader. 99 is third. That is Connor Bauman. The 54, Tom Keelback out of Tyndall in the top 5 here. Good racing for first and second. 81 miles per hour on the previous lap. White flag coming out now in race number 5. 99 remains third. Fourth, the 54. And the number 51, Zach Onsen, is fifth out of Weston, Wisconsin. And look at that. Your winner is the number 9, passing the 29 of Brad Harrison. Dane Klinger picks up the win unofficially with a great run. The 99, unofficially third, Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin, but that Dane Klinger pretty tough to beat in the Pro Formula 500 class, and Brad Harrison found that out on the last lap. Brad on the Triton Mechanical Big Smoke 29, heading back to the pit area, unofficially second in race 5, your Pro Formula 500 round 1 heat 1 race. Moving right along, race number 6, Pro Formula 500s. Here's how they line up. We have a 113H and a 113 in this race. The H is Hannah Westland. The 113 is Kendra Westland, both from Strathcona, Minnesota on Polarises. The 85X is Tavish Perry out of Eagle River. Riding the 720 is Peter Jackson out of Hillsdale, Ontario. 22A is Colton Abraham from Wausau, Wisconsin. Scratch the 30 of Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau. 17 is Jared Sackvey from Beausejour here in race number 6. Don't forget the concession area is open. They have some delicious food over there. You want to take some of that in. Also the Moose Den, serving ice cold Moosehead and Twisted Tea products. We also have a full line of CPTC promo wear available in that Moose Den beer garden. So do check that out. Great Christmas gifts. Well, if you're looking for some ideas, you can find them there. Good start for the number 22 of Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Round 1, Heat 2 for the Pro Formula 500 class. Tension in the pit area. Race number 7 will be another Pro Formula 500 heat, and we've lost somebody in turn number 4, it looks like. It is the 22 of Colton Abraham. So that'll bring to a stop this race momentarily anyway. Peter Jackson on the 720, good-looking black and green sled. All right, so some good replays online from cooldown.tv. Just talking a little bit with Jan here in the booth about the ATV racing coming up. That'll be race 11 on your schedule. That happens right before our Quebec grooming break. All right. We understand Brett Richter, of course, is in the pit area with us today, and he is ready with yet another interview. Boy, Brett's working hard. Brett, go ahead.
Thank you, Darren. We're here in the pit area with Miranda Peterson. Just had an unfortunate incident here in the F500 class. First and most importantly, how are you?
I'm good. I got a ripped coat and I got a fat lip, but I'll live.
A little pain in the elbow as well, right?
Yeah, it'll be okay.
And what's worse, you or the sled?
Definitely the sled. We're going to try to get it going for women's, but it'll be a hope for now.
Well, best thing is that you're still racing or having fun at the track, right?
Yep, always.
That's good to know that Miranda Peterson is just fine. She's driving the number 434 Polaris F500. Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you, Darren.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richter. As you can see, the 22 heading off on a recovery sled, as is the 17 of Jared Sackvey, a great competitor here. Jared is out of Beausejour, Manitoba, riding that 89 Polaris. So there's the Westlands. Hannah Westland on the 113H from Strathcona, and from the same town is Kendra Westland on the number 113, the 720 joining the party. That is Peter Jackson out of Hillsdale, Ontario. I don't know how old everybody is out in internet land or even, well, live, but every time I say the name Peter Jackson, I kind of feel like a cigarette, you know? Like, remember the Peter Jackson cigarettes? You're not that old. No. Yeah. Okay, so Lord of the Rings as well. Here we go. 113H with a strong start. Hannah Westland out of Strathcona. That is a 1992 Polaris, according to our lineup sheets. Race 6 on the track. Pro Formula 500, round 1, heat 2. Race 7 will be more in the Pro Formula 500s. Then we switch for race 8 and 9 to the Pro Formula 3s. 113 in the lead is Kendra Westland. 720 Peter Jackson second, and Hannah Westland on the 113H dropping to third spot. 78 miles per hour for the race leader on the previous lap. And it looks like the white flag is out. Kendra Westland continues to lead this one over the 720 of Peter Jackson out of Hillsdale, Ontario, and the 113H of Hannah Westland. And that'll do it. Your winner is going to be Kendra Westland, followed by Peter Jackson on the 113H of Hannah Westland. That is your top 3 and only 3 finishing in that one. Recovery team pretty busy in that race. I think all of our sleds are full. The 85X is Tavish Perry out of Eagle River, Wisconsin, sitting on the front chute. They're trying to refire that sled right now, but it might need some help. All right, moving right along as we always do here. What a great job our staging team does here in Beausejour at the Co-op Community Complex. So we're on where now? Race number 7. Okay, moving right along. Race 7, another Pro Formula 500 race, round 1, heat 3. And riding the 48X out of Eagle River, Wisconsin is going to be Rich Mork. The 98 is Nick Kurth from Wausau, Wisconsin. Also out of Wausau is the 21. This is Zach Rogers. The 14 is James Schneider. James is out of Beausejour on an 89 Polaris. The 34X is going to be Cale Bellow out of Waupun, Wisconsin. The 9 is Stefan Carignan. And the 135 is Blair McDonald out of Ile-des-Chênes, Manitoba. Blair McDonald on the 135, riding a 1989 Polaris. All right, getting things set up on the starting line is Riley Baker, our head flagman, making sure everybody's doing things right. Flagman / referee down there. Making sure the track is clear, and away we go. We are racing. A good start for the 48X. And that is Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Lead change now as they string out down the back straightaway and into turn number 3 and 4. Want to welcome everybody to trackside parking, but we ask that you please keep your headlights off at all times. We have somebody in turn 3 with their headlights on. Zach Rogers on the number 21 leading the 48X of Rich Mork right now. This is race number 7 on your schedule, your Pro Formula 500s doing battle in heat number 3. Big class. Troubles for the number 98 of Nick Kurth out of Wausau. Throwing his hands up after a crash over in turn number 4. Looks like that could be James Schneider out of Beausejour over there. On the number 14. There was a great battle going on for second and third, but the yellow is out. Again, a reminder in the pit area, Pro Formula 3 is coming up next for race 8 and 9. You should be in staging. Then race 10, Supermod 340 liquid, Superstock 440 liquid. That is a combo race, and that is a final for 5 laps. All right, just talking with John Baker around, well, we call it our ride-around bus, I guess. That is over at the Family Fun Zone, and we do that during our Quebec's intermission breaks. Now, the bus is supposed to be here about noon, so we will keep you updated on that, but you can head on over during intermissions to the Family Fun Zone, board the bus, and take a ride on the big half-mile oval while the grooming is going on. It's kind of cool. My son did it yesterday. He loved it. So the 14 of James Schneider out of Beausejour, the 89 Polaris up on the recovery sled as they do some repairs to the racetrack. Again, Pro Formula 3 is coming up. That is the World Championship class at Eagle River. And they will be in here for race 8 and 9. Couple of heats. Our final race before our first Quebec's intermission break is the ATV Open class. ATVs and dirt bikes will be here today. Oh, okay, maybe the bus isn't here till 2. Okay, it could be 12 that the bus gets here. It could be 2. So we'll keep you updated on that one. Just as soon as I find out about the ride-arounds during the Quebec's intermission breaks, I can let you guys know. Not sure if the bus is getting here for 12 or for 2. Yeah, right. It is like Winnipeg Transit. You never know what's going to happen. But I think these buses here are safer, like way safer. All right, so some repairs going on in turn number 4, and they look to be completed. So competitors heading back now to the starting line. Last call for Pro Formula 3, a pair of heats coming up next. We will bring them from turn number 4 to the starting line and give this another shot here at the Co-op Community Complex. Like to thank some of our sponsors while we have an opportunity. Of course, FXR is our title sponsor. Also like to thank the Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Sobetsky Enterprises, Oakbank Hearing Center, Cubex, Al Meisner Limited, the RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour for all of their support. Thank you very much. Zach Rogers on the 21. The 44 is Mork. That's the 48X, actually. 48X is Rich Mork out of Eagle River in the second spot. 98, Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Those are your top 3 currently on the track. Keep your eyes on that number 98 in the third spot as he looks to chase down the 48X of Rich Mork out of Eagle River, who is looking to chase down the leader, the 21 of Zach Rogers out of Wausau. Great battle in the top 3. Carignan in the 4th spot on the number 9. Carignan is out of Winnipeg and works as a paramedic. And actually does a great job here assisting when we need it. What a great guy Stefan Carignan is. If you ever get a chance to talk to him in the pit area, well, you're lucky. He is fantastic. .21 of Zach Rogers out of Wausau is waiting for no one here in race number 7 on your schedule in the Pro Formula 500 class. Rich Mork on the 48X second. And the 21 is going to take the win, followed by Mork on the 48X, then the 98, and Stefan Carignan on the 9. Then it is the 34X of Cale Bellau out of Waupun. And that last lap was 77 miles per hour, 7-7. So that'll do it for race number 7. That one's in the books. Race 8, Pro Formula 3 coming up, round 1, heat number 1. Now these Pro Formula 3s, if you haven't seen them before, they are based more on a factory production snowcross sled. The idea for this class, well, to try to involve the factories and get the factories a little more interested in sponsoring and their involvement in the sport. The Pro Champ 440s are pretty exotic and not like a production sled. These are more like a production sled, although suspensions are changed significantly in the front and rear end of the sleds. But these things really go, and of course all of our pros that run in the Pro Champs, almost all of them run a Pro Formula 3, or a good majority anyway. So here's how race number 8 will shape up in the Pro Formula 3. Nick Wickerham is out of Belding, Michigan. He is on the number 48. The 85X is from Eagle River, Wisconsin, and this is Tavish Perry. The 14 is Tanner Foss, Tanner from Middle River, Minnesota. And on the Wall Brothers Racing, FXR Walker Evans 39 is Tom Olson. Tom is out of Wisconsin. The team is out of Greenbush, Minnesota. Haven Bouveret is out of Bad Axe, Michigan on the 92. And Calvin Cook, I believe, should make this one. Haven't seen him as a scratch yet. Calvin Cook crashed yesterday, as we talked about earlier, but made it back to the facility here today. First look at the Pro Formula 3s here on Sunday. Oh, the 85's excited. Tavish Perry out of Eagle River, I believe, just earned himself a spot to the back row, jumping the start in race number 8. All right, the bus is here, so it's going to go at our first QBEX intermission break, so that is official. Our ride-along bus is here for our first grooming break after race number 11. So if you want to get on over to the family fun zone after race 11, you can do so. So it's Wapon, we're told online. All right, I'll try to remember that. Fired up and ready to go once again here. Trying to get some heat in the pipes here before the green flag drops, and there it is. Tom Olson looking pretty strong on the Wall Brothers Racing number 39 as they head on down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. This one scheduled for 5 laps. Our first Pro Formula 3 event of the day. Tanner Foss on the 14 in the second spot. The 92 is Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. In the third spot, the 92, Haven Bouveret. Green flag being displayed on the front chute. 92 giving the 14 all he could handle. Tanner Foss in the second spot, but the 92 of Haven Bouveret putting on lots of pressure now. Great racing for second, third, and fourth in this Pro Formula 3 heat race. '85 moving up. Tavish Perry out of Eagle River in the third spot. 90 miles per hour on the previous circuit. White flag being displayed. Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR number 39 is absolutely flying here. 96 miles per hour on the previous lap. Checkers for the number 39. Fantastic job. The 1485 and 92. Second, third, and fourth. Tanner Foss, 85 Tavish Perry, the 92 Haven Bouveret. Round out. Most of the top 5 in that one. That was race number 8 in the Pro Formula 3 class. Race 9 will be the same class, Pro Formula 3's round 1, heat number 2, as they come to the starting line. Now we need to scratch the number 6 of Gavin Peterson out of this one. Gavin will not be competing, we're told. Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City will not compete. He was scratched a couple hours ago. The 23 is going to be Dakota Harris out of Morley, Michigan. Riding the 326 is Dustin Schwant. The 221 is Reed Klinger. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson. He is sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing out of Greenbush. G-Money Gunnar Stern will be in this one out of West Chicago, Illinois. And Joey Birch on the 29 out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan will be on a Polaris. So here we go, race number 9 coming up. There's the 221 rolling up. Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. More Pro Formula 3 racing coming up. Keep your eyes on the outside here, the 102. We've got some serious competitors in this one. They are racing into turn 1 and 2 here in the Pro Formula 3 class. Not a great start for the 102 of Stevenson that time. '29 showing the way here. Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan, leading the 220 of Gunnar Stern. Good race so far here in race number 9. 221 is third. That is Reed Klinger. The 102 Blaine Stevenson fourth. Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102. Right now, Joey Birch looking pretty good out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan on that 2023 Polaris. Reed Klinger on the 221, challenging the number 220 of G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago. .97 miles per hour on the previous lap. 29 takes the white flag. Blaine Stevenson working on the third spot now as they head on down the back straightaway and into turn 3 and 4. Look at that battle for second, third, and fourth. It looks like 29 is going to win this one, followed by Stern, Stevenson, and then the 221. That is Reed Klinger, the 326. Coming across as well, Dustin Schwant in fifth unofficially. What a great finish in race number 9. Pro Formula 3 action. Well, that's done for at least round number 1. 2 more races now before our Quebec's intermission break. We did tell you the ride-along bus is here and will be at the Family Fun Zone after race 11, which will be the ATV Open class. However, we got to get through race number 10 first. Now, race 10 is your Supermod 340 liquid and Superstock 440 liquid combo classic. This is a final, and it is 5 laps. Riding the number 65 is Norm Chura out of Enola on a 73 Polaris. On an 81 Kawasaki, we have the 223 of Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. The 62 is Wyatt Wilkins out of St. Charles, Michigan. And we need to scratch the 165 Justin Habing out of Dugald. 13 is going to be Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg. The 44, Vic Mazer from West St. Paul. Luke Lacasse is on the number 20 out of Sudbury, Ontario. And the 79 will be Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec on a 74 Skidoo. Sabrina, Supergirl, doing a great job in these vintage type classes. Keep your eyes on that 79 outside of the front row. And here we go, we're racing. Sabrina Blanchette wasting no time getting the whole shot. We've got a spinner in turn 1 and 2. I think we're still under green. Yes, we are. Still under green here. Tough break for the number 20 of Luke Lacasse out of Sunbury. Didn't get to start. Blanchette is your leader. The 65 Chura second. Looks like the snow flap disintegrated on the number 20. Sabrina Blanchette with a huge lead already on the 65. The 62 is third. That is Wyatt Wilkins. Adam Braun is on the 223. That is an 81 Kawasaki. 88 miles per hour. going pretty quick here. About a straightaway lead here for your leader out of Quebec, and that is Sabrina Blanchette on that number 79. Norm Chura out of Enola, the racing veteran, on a 73 Polaris, running a distant second. So the best race in the place right now for second, third, and fourth. White flag is already out for Sabrina Blanchette. She is setting a torrid pace. .44 coming by the start-finish line. That is Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul on a 73 Polaris. There's the checkers for the 79. Not much question about that one. Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec takes the win on the 74 Skidoo. Chura on the 65 is going to be second. The 62 Wyatt Wilkins third. The 223 fourth. That is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg on an 81 Kawasaki. And unofficially fifth, the 44 of Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul. All right, Brett Richter combing through the pit area as usual, working hard as usual, and we're going to go down to the pit area right now.
Joey Birch, fresh off an F3 win in your heat. How'd that feel?
Pretty good. We started a little bit all weekend and slowly making progress forward, so the win there meant a lot.
Yeah, it seems soon that you were just telling me the track seems different than yesterday. What's up?
Yeah, it's a lot softer today, plus it's getting a lot more choppy out there, so your line choice is making a big decision on how well you're going to go forward.
And you spend most of your time in the enduro world, so how's the sprint world treating you?
So the sprint world's not too bad. I'm used to going like 10 times the Model S versus sprint, so it's a little bit to not really pace myself and actually go hard from the beginning to where like enduro you kind of pace yourself to last the whole race.
Best of luck the rest of the weekend. Hope it goes well for you. That's number 29 F3 of Joey Birch.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Brett, as we get set to go to race number 11 on your schedule. This is the last race before a grooming break. And, of course, we have our bus ready for the ride-arounds or ride-alongs on the track during intermission time. So race number 11 looks like this. Mike Verbruge is on the 22. Tyler Verbruge on the 25. Riding the number 29 is Corey Johnson from Garson. The 65X is going to be Cody Whitechuck from Beausejour. The number 44 from Beausejour is Ethan Clark. Nick Campbell's on the 14. The 20 is out of Steinbach. This is Peter Friesen. 26 is Kristen Campbell out of Beausejour. And the 43, Rob Clark, is out of Beausejour. And we are racing right now. Real slow start for one of the riders with no number plate. None that I can see anyway. As your leaders working through turns 3 and 4 now, here in race number 11 on your schedule, your ATV Open class, brought to you by FXR. Yesterday, we had one of the ATV riders go right into the bales in turn number 4. That was a result of a broken tie rod. Rider is okay, of course, as we look to turn 3 and 4. Lots of action for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Looks like the number 22 up front is Mike Verbruge. Number plates on these particular machines extremely hard to read. Anthony and I are up here trying to pick them out. Now the speed last lap 73 miles per hour. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Then we'll go to our Quebec's intermission break. No visible numbers on the second place rider. The 65X, we know who that is. That is Cody Whitechuck. Number 43 is way off the pace. That is Rob Clark out of Beausejour. White flag being displayed. Less than a lap to go. Next up, intermission. Looks like your winner is going to be the number 22 unofficially, Mike Verbruge out of Garson, Manitoba on the 2008 KTM. There's the 65X. That is White Chuck, Cody White Chuck out of Beausejour on the 65X. Listed as a KTM. All right, it is time for intermission now. We'll take a Cubex intermission break, clean up the racetrack. Don't forget, the ride-along bus is located at the Family Fun Zone if you want to go for a ride around the racetrack. Our Moose Den is open. That's our beer garden. Get yourself a nice cold Moosehead or Twisted Tea. Also, you can get a look at our full line of CPTC promo wear over there for Christmas. What else we got? Well, we've got a great concession area here. Grab yourself something hot to eat or cold to drink. Hot coffee, hot chocolate available over there. And we are going to be back with you momentarily right here at the Co-op Community Complex with race number 12.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service, it's a co-op thing.
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bombers store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience today.
Brett Richter here in Beausejour, Manitoba for the opening round of the ice level race season. We're up at the CPTC Race Complex. Fantastic weather, beautiful racing surface, ton of work put into this facility to get things ready for the opening weekend. Pretty excited to spend some time with some new faces today. And joining me now is the number 48 of Nick Wickerham. And you have driven a long ways to get here.
Yeah, Grand Rapids, Michigan, basically. So it's, you know, just a quick 18 to 20 hour drive, depending on weather. But yeah, that's a couple miles from home.
Yeah, all the way just drive around circles on an ice track, huh?
Yeah, basically, just get lost out there turning left.
You're going to come up here and you're going to run the F3 class.
Yeah, I'm running the F3 for D&L Racing, and then I also brought my personal Sportsman that I race at home with as well.
Okay, that's a Sportsman 600?
Yep, Sportsman 600, we run that, and we've been running that a few years now, and, you know, just getting our feet wet, basically. This is my second year with the F3.
Okay. What do you think about the F3 sled?
This year I'm on another brand new one because I just recently got it. I fit them, I feel better because I come from the enduro side where we run them chassis already. So yeah, I enjoy them.
So what's the difference primarily between an F3 and an enduro sled?
Oh, the enduro sled is a lot taller, and the rider's not so crammed because we race 150 laps or 250 lap races. So you got to be more comfortable, a little higher. You're not so bumpy. You know, like the F3s are slammed, so the enduros are a lot taller to go through the bumps, and yeah, they're a lot different. You run an enduro a lot looser.
Interesting. So how does your driving style converge then from an enduro sled to a F3 sled?
You know, there's not a ton of the same, but the throttle response into the corner, you can't jack them really hard with the throttle because the chassis is still the same at the end of the day. I like the little bigger of a sled. You know, like my Sportsman's kind of small and I feel crammed on it. The F3s, I like a little bit bigger of a sled, a little bit more comfortable for me.
Sure.
So yeah, that's about the only thing the same as the chassis, but there's not much the same between an enduro and an F3.
Is it the same motor package?
So we run mod motors in our enduros, and the F3 is an all stock motor with just a can basically.
Sure.
So
right. Yep. When you're out there on your F3 sled and you're lining up against some of the people that have some pretty strong history in the F3 class, what's it feel like when you're new to the class? What's that?
It's pretty interesting because, you know, I've always watched snowmobile racing the last 4 or 5 years and see these guys run their champs. Now these guys are on F3s, and I decided to go get my feet wet with it too, you know, and, you know, running against them here this weekend, but I also raced against them last year at Eagle River. It's pretty surreal. You watch them on TV, you're like, man, look at those guys go, and then you get out there and you're like, man, we're in front of some of those guys, or hey, we're just behind them. We're not very far off. It's pretty crazy to think, man, I'm actually going that fast.
Right, and it's fast.
Oh yeah. No, this is no joke.
No,
this is fast, and it's a lot of fun until it isn't.
Good point. What's it take for you to feel like you've earned the respect of some of the drivers that have been in the class a long time? You know, how do they know that when they see Nick on the inside of him in a corner, that they can trust you? What has to happen for that to occur?
You got to build trust with these guys. They don't know us really. I hate to say from Michigan,
Right.
when you go on the other side of that lake, we're totally different over there. And you know, you give them respect coming into the corner. You don't shove them around, all that. They kind of give it back to you, but also, if you go in there and you rub them up, these guys aren't afraid to give it back to you, you know. And that's the same thing where the racing I come from, the enduro, we're all pretty good about that. But once it starts, it doesn't. It's a battle back and forth of who's gonna have position and then really show dominance.
Yeah, and that's tough because, you know, obviously, like you said, it's fun until it isn't, and you don't want to get anybody hurt. But when you're competitive and you're racing, a spot is a spot.
Correct.
You know, and everybody's kind of looking for that one spot, that one advantage.
Yeah, everyone's trying to have that advantage on everyone. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we are all people and we're in the pits where you can all be friends. But when we put the helmets on and the green flags waved, we are racers, and that's what we want to do.
What's a realistic expectation for you for this weekend?
This weekend with the new team, which is awesome, and the quality of drivers are here. If I'm out of here at the top 5, I'm going to be very happy. I broke my femur in 2 spots back in May, and I've only rode a couple times since I've got out of Michigan, got up here and did a little testing. So, I mean, Leg's still a little tender in some spots, but yeah, we should be good. Top 5, you know, I'm gonna be happy, have something to build off from with a new sled, new team, and go to Eagle River with thumbs up and feeling good.
Yeah, some confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. In order to put you in the top 5, that means some of those people that are pretty good in this class can't be there.
Well, hey, that's fine with me.
There's not enough room for them all.
No, we can't all be there, but you know, a lot of the time this is won on a good hole shot and holding your line, and we're not lacking speed by any means by that way. So yeah, no, I'm very confident.
Yeah, I was just looking at your first class for tomorrow. You've got Tom Olson, Kelvin Cook, Tavish Perry, Joey's going to be in there with you as well. So yeah, you've got Haven will be in that class. You've got some work to do there.
Yeah, definitely, but not all names that I haven't ran with. You know, like Gunner, is he in that heat too?
Nope, I think he's in the second one.
Okay, yeah, but you know, like I've ran with Joey. We test with Joey. Joey and I are actually partners for enduro racing.
Oh, okay.
So we are actually close friends. So you know, running with him, it's just another day at the ballpark. You know, me and him have fun with it and all that stuff. So, no, I mean, from the racing I come from, these names are, you know, we're all human at the end of the day, and we're all here to have fun, but we're all going to race each other clean.
Yep, and you all want to go home on Monday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. You got an awesome looking helmet there. Tell us about that.
Going with the DL guys, we got a new sponsorship where I'm coming to Fly this year, and I'm really excited to wear the new Formula helmet and give it a whirl. Great reviews on them from everybody that I've seen, and I've worn it a handful of times, and it's very comfortable. And I can't say anything bad about it.
When you put the helmet on, is there a different nick that comes in? Is it like racer nick starts to develop instead of the nick I'm talking to right now? Is there a different mentality?
If you ask some people, definitely. Yeah, you can say that. I've raced a really long time, and yeah, definitely have a different attitude when the goggles go on and it's ready to go.
So when does that occur? Like if I see you in the pit lane back here and you're just waiting to go out, is that racer nick yet, or is that when you're...
No, basically when we leave the paddock, you know, going out on the racetrack, you know, you might see me mess around a little bit, but that mess around might be even to get in someone's head a little bit. You know, I like playing mind games. I'm really good at it. I like to think. So yeah, it's all fun.
All right, so we got people looking for this helmet when you're on the line, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Racing's not a cheap sport, but it's a fun sport. So who helps you get to the racetrack?
I can't thank Donnie Labine enough and his wife Dawn. What they are doing here is incredible for this race team. Their boys, Darren, Derek, and DJ, Troy Pierce for building awesome sleds for us and helping us out with everything. It's remarkable. These things are absolute rocket ships. Woody's traction products and obviously Fly, they've backed us huge. So yeah, without any of those guys, none of this would be possible.
Fantastic. So we're going to end this little segment here with the FXR Fast 10. You ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to ask you 10 quick questions. Pop the answer. iPhone or Android?
iPhone.
Boxers or briefs?
Ooh, boxers.
Prefer a couch or a recliner?
Recliner.
Chips or pretzels?
Oh, pretzels every day.
Would you rather have a spaniel or a lab?
Oh, lab, for sure.
Would you rather be accurate or would you rather be fast?
Ooh, if you're accurate, you can be fast.
So would you rather be accurate or would you rather be fast?
Probably accurate.
Okay. Foosball or ping pong?
Oh, ping pong.
FaceTime or text?
Text.
You prefer fleece or flannel?
Neither. Flannel.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Oh, Snickers.
This is going really bad. Good luck this weekend.
Yeah,
Stay safe.
thank you.
I hope it's successful.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I hope things will go really well. And you know, we'll see you down the road. We'll see you this weekend around the track. And then,
yeah, you'll definitely be seeing me out there. We'll make it.
Well, we get that podium picture. Maybe you'll be on it.
Oh, there we go. That'd be awesome.
All right. Best of luck, Nick.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. That's Nick Wickerham, driver of the number 48 F3.
All right, we would like to welcome you back right here to the Co-op Community Complex. We have 11 races in on the day so far, and we are going to work now on race number 12. Junior 2 F500 and Junior 1 F500 combined. This is round 1 for 5 laps, and in the Junior 2 F500s, which is for 14 to 17-year-olds, the number 23 will be Dylan Fox out of Balmoral. The 60 is Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. Piloting the Century 21 C21 is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin, and the number 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. Now in the back row, Junior 1 F500 class for 10 to 13-year-olds, we have the 11 Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan, and the 626 of Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Getting set to go. Here we go now, the number 10 with the whole shot. Keep your eyes in turn 1 and 2, though. There is a battle going on there. The 23 of Dylan Fox challenging that number 10 of Derek Meyer as they head into turn 3 and 4. Again, race number 12 on the track on your schedule. Junior 1 and Junior 2 F500s. Leader in the Junior 1 F500 class is the 11 Ben Meyer. He is 4th on the racetrack, but 1st in his class. This is a combined heat race. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Tension in the pit area. 3 Pro Champ races coming up next. Race 13, race 14, and race 15. All Pro Champ races. So if you're in those classes, you need to get on over to staging immediately. The 10 leads the 23. And number 11, Ben Meyer, leading the Junior 1 F500 class, currently 3rd on the racetrack. Number 23 of Dylan Fox out of Balmoral continues to try to chase down the number 10 of Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan, as they head on down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. There's some lap traffic there. We'll see what happens. Inside goes the number 23. What a great move. Looks like Dylan Fox passing the 10 of Derek Meyer right at the finish line. There's the 11 finishing up in the Junior 1 F500 class. Ben Meyer takes the win, but wow, you want to take advantage of lap traffic? That's exactly the way you do it. Dylan Fox, a masterful pass in turn 3 and 4. Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba on the 89 Polaris, driving by the 10 of Derek Meyer out of Michigan, who led the entire race up until the lap traffic got involved. All right, race number 13 on deck, Pro Champ 440s, and we'll bring you that lineup momentarily. But first, we'd like to thank FXR, Beaver Truck Center, and Beausejour Co-op for all of their patronage here at this event this weekend at the Co-op Community Complex. All right, race 13 on your schedule, Pro Champ 440, Sunday, round 2, heat 1 for 5 laps. The 21 is out of Beausejour, Manitoba. This is Tyler Obi. And on the 8, Travis McDonald. Going to give her another shot after coming down with the flu late yesterday. The number 16 is DJ Saluk. Saluk is from Beausejour on a Polaris. And riding the Wall Brothers Racing FXR, number 39, is Tom Olson. The number 11 is Fred Mankey from Lodi, Wisconsin on a Wall Brothers Racing chassis. And the 102, this is Blaine Stevenson. Blaine is from St. Cloud, but rides the Wall Brothers Racing 102 out of Greenbush, Minnesota. 2020 Canadian Power Toboggan Championship champion is the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Let's take a look here. This is race 13 of 54 on your schedule on the day. And we are getting set to go racing momentarily. Next two races after this one, also Pro Champ races. Into turn 1 and 2 they go. They are flying through there. Our premier class here at the Co-op Community Complex is the Pro Champ 440s, who this year have availability on a new 106-inch track that's supposed to be a little bit more durable. Lane Stevenson, your leader currently on the Wall Brothers Racing Walker Evans FXR 102. Blaine Stevenson continues to lead. Lockport's Travis McDonald is second. Tom Olson third. Mankey on the number 11. Fred Mankey is out of Lodi, Wisconsin, and is in fourth spot. .99 miles per hour for the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Travis McDonald doing a great job. He was awful fast yesterday and came down with the flu late in the day. But Travis McDonald going race by race today. The Warrior out of Lockport, Manitoba, sponsored by Serve Pro and Bennett's Marine. Tom Olson third on the 39. 16 moving up to the fourth spot. That is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. This Pro Champ class certainly eats up the laps quickly. And it's going to be Blaine Stevenson, followed by Travis McDonald. Then the 39 of Tom Olson, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. DJ Saluk, and the 21 of Tyler Obi round out the top 5 in race number 13. Pro Champ 440, that was round 2, heat number 1. Round 2, heat 2 coming up momentarily for race 14 on your schedule. We'll get you that lineup here momentarily. Here's your lineup for race number 14. Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat 2. 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on a Polaris. Riding the 54, this is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. The 24 is Jordan Sobetsky from Beausejour. The number 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 92 is Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan on a Polaris. And riding a Hool chassis, the 39X is Justin Peterson. Keep your eyes on this rider out of Campbell Sport, Wisconsin. 26 is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. And Quinn Whitechuck is on a 2025 Skidoo. Good to see the Hagen number 75, Calvin Cook, on the racetrack here in the Pro Champ division. After a crash sent him to hospital briefly yesterday, he returned to the facility last night and is racing today in the Pro Champ division. Well, we understand. Maybe is this, maybe it's a thing here. The number 6 is supposed to be in the next race. Gavin Peterson in the middle of the pack there is supposed to be in race 15, not 14. So, I guess he's going to head back to the pit area, get back to staging as Riley Baker, our head flagman, talks to him. It's on my lineup sheet as well. Gavin Peterson is in race number 15. So the wire's getting a little bit crossed there, I guess. Hawaii. We have some viewers on cooldown.tv from Hawaii and Alaska. Welcome. And Australia. Australia is 43 Celsius right now, plus 43. Wow. Well, it's not plus 43 Celsius here, but it's pretty darn nice for a mid-December day. Little nicer than yesterday, in fact. I think the wind was up a little bit more. The flags were blowing a little harder yesterday on the front straightaway. Want to welcome everybody to our live event here today at Co-op Community Complex. Welcome everybody on the World Wide Web from all over the world. We're going to go racing here once again. Race number 14 without the number 6. $39X looking awful strong as usual. That is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. That is a Hool chassis beneath the rider. This is race 14 of the day. The number 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Good looking skeleton number 3 getting on down the racetrack. Racing along here now in the Pro Champ division for race number 14 as they speed down the back chute. Good racing for 3rd and 4th place here as your leader continues to be the 39X of Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport. 54 third, that is Calvin Peterson. Sobetsky out of Beausejour is 4th on the Polaris. The Sobetsky Enterprises 24, Jordan Sobetsky. Looking pretty good here. The last lap, 95 miles per hour. White flag is out. 26 in the 5th spot, that's Quinn Whitechuck. Haven Bouveret on the number 92 as your leaders work through turns 3 and 4 now at the far end of the facility. Checkered flag will be in the air this time around. Justin Peterson, Danique Lambert, the 54 is 3rd. That is Calvin Peterson. Sobetsky unofficially 4th on the 24. Jordan Sobetsky, the Sobetsky Enterprises entry. Started over on the mini sled track many, many years ago and did many years of that. Jordan Sobetsky, a fantastic job. 21 years old out of Beausejour. Started on the Manitoba Mini Sled Racing Association at age 4, so ran that about 15 years. Likes to ride dirt bikes and race go-karts. Sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises, Sun and Snow, Oak Bank Auto Body, and Auto Stripe, along with Beausejour GM. That's Jordan Sobetsky on the number 24. All right, we are back. We're just getting some updates on some scratches for some races coming up here momentarily. And we're looking at now race number 15, Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat 3. So 3 heats each round for the Pro Champs. A real good field of Pro Champ sleds here in Beausejour this weekend. Race 15 looks like this. The 55 is Brett Keelback out of Beausejour. Riding the 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois. The Red Bull Skidoo is Gunnar Stern. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. The number 31 is Will Garceau out of Mishicot, Wisconsin. Riding the 15 is Hunter Sears. The 79 is Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec. And the 48 is Philippe Roy-Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. That is your lineup for race number 15 and the Pro Champs. Next up, Formula 500s times 3. Those are your next 3 races. The 6 and the 220 right off the starting line. Real quick, Gavin Peterson on the number 6 out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Battling now in turn 3, the 220 Gunnar Stern, awful quick no matter where he goes. Gunnar Stern the leader. G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, will be back in March to try to win a 7th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship, which would tie the record currently held by Terry Wall. Third spot right now on the racetrack, Hunter Sears on the number 15 out of St. Francis, Minnesota. That is a 2024 Polaris. 96 miles per hour on the previous circuit. They are moving along here in the Pro Champ 440 division. Will Garceau on the 31 out of Michigan, Wisconsin. White flag coming out this time around for your leader, Red Bull Skidoo. Hunter Sears on the 15 in the 4th spot now, as your leader working through turns 3 and 4. And there's your winner, G-Money Gunnar Stern on the 220 out of West Chicago. Then it's the 6. That is Gavin Peterson. Gavin Peterson on the number 6 is out of Chisago City, Minnesota on a 2025 Skidoo. Pro Formula 500 lineup coming to you momentarily. That will be for race 16, race 17, and race 18. So Pro Formula 500s 3 times in a row coming your way. Round 2, heat 1, round 2, heat 2, and round 2, heat number 3. Hey, Santa's here, we're told. Free goodie bags for the kids and some free Santa pictures. Do check it out by the Family Fun Zone. That sounds like fun. We should take a break and go down and get a picture. What do you think? How about the goodie bag? I want the goodie bag, actually. Absolutely. All right, here we go. Race 16, Pro Formula 500s, round 2, heat number 1. Zach Onsen is out of Weston, Wisconsin on the number 51. 29 is sponsored by Triton Mechanical and Big Smoke in Steinbach. The 29 is Brad Harrison out of Enola. The 21 is Zach Rogers from Wausau. And the 85X, this is Tavish Perry from Eagle River, Wisconsin. Aboard the 113 is Kendra Westland from Strathcona. 720 is Peter Jackson. And scratch the 17 of Jared Sackvey. Jared Sackvey on the 17 out of Beausejour will not compete in race number 16. Scratch 17 from race 16. Another scratch just coming down the pipe, the 85X of Tavish Perry. So Sackvey is out on the 17, Tavish Perry on the 85X is out. And here we go, 3 in the front, 2 in the back. 21 of Zach Rogers on the white sled has some catching up to do now after the jump start. 21 currently 4th on the track now, but looking to move up quickly. Harrison and Westland, 1 and 2 on the track. Here comes that number 21 we talked about, Zach Rogers, riding into the 3rd spot. But right now, it is all the number 29, the Triton Mechanical 29, Brad Harrison, on the move here. Race 16 on the schedule, Pro Formula 500, round 2, heat number 1. .81 miles per hour on the previous lap here for your race leader, Brad Harrison on the 29. Zach Rogers on the 21, getting by Westland, who drops to third. Harrison has got this one figured out so far with about a half a straightaway lead on the big half-mile oval. Coming around this time on the Triton Mechanical Big Smoke. Number 29 to take the white flag. 1 to go for Brad Harrison out of Enola. Good-looking sled. Zach Rogers in the second spot, then Westland in third. Checkered flag is in the air on the front straightaway. Pretty strong run for the 29 of Brad Harrison. Zach Rogers on the 21 at the second spot. Third is going to be Westland. And the 51 coming across. Zach Onson out of Weston, Wisconsin. Fourth, fifth is the 720. That is Peter Jackson out of Hillsdale, Ontario. Schneider. 14 Schneider. All right, race 17 coming up. Another Pro Formula 500 heat race scratch. The number 14 of James Schneider out of Beausejour. The 14 will not compete in this one. Who is in? Well, the number 9, Stefan Kerrigan out of Winnipeg. The 113H is Hannah Westland out of Strathcona. 34X will be Cale Bellau out of Waupun, Wisconsin. Hope I got that one right. The 135 is Blair McDonald. The 54, Tom Keelback, is from Tyndall, Manitoba. Out of Wausau, Wisconsin, the 22A is Colton Abraham. And the 44 is Marley Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. So that is your lineup for race 17, Pro Formula 500. This is round 2, heat 2. There's Stefan Kerrigan, full-time paramedic. Great to have him with us again. 34X is right there. Cale Bellau. 135, Blair McDonald out of Ildeshane is there. There is the 22A of Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. This Pro Formula 500 class, always tough, always great competition, and we're underway already once again. Looks like the 22A of Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin with the whole shot here. Side by side down the back straightaway. At least 2 wide at times. Second spot is the 54, Tom Keelback out of Tyndall, Manitoba. That is a 1990 Polaris. Looking like Stefan Kerrigan out of Winnipeg on the 91 Skidoo in the top 5 here. Green flag being displayed. Kerrigan, in fact, in third. Cale Bellau is on the 34X. 135 is Blair McDonald in the top 5 as well here. Tension in the staging area for race 18, another Pro Formula 500 heat race. You should be ready now. Then we'll move to the ice bikes, the Outlaw 600s, and the IFS 440X. Little ways back in this one, the 113H Hannah Westland. White flag is out for the 22A. That is Colton Abraham. Oh, we've lost a rider in turn number 4. The rider is up and okay, it appears. The sled is behind the bales. So we are going to have a brief cleanup period here. I think that's the 135 involved over there. That is Blair McDonald out of Ildeshane, Manitoba. As we go to our cooldown.tv replay. Taking a look over in turn number 4 here with our cooldown.tv cameras. It looks like that rider, the 135, Blair McDonald, getting into the bales all by his lonesome. Don't think he had any encouragement. I think that simply a mistake. Something happened with the sled maybe, and into the bales went the 135. Tough break for the 135, Blair McDonald from Ile-des-Chênes, Manitoba. And now we're going to go down pit side with Brett Richter. Brett?
Thank you, Darren. I'm down here in the pit area with Jocelyn Rathke, driver the number 30. You are running a Pro Lite right now, correct?
Correct, yes.
And how do you like the Pro Lite chassis?
It's pretty good. It's my first time racing it. I love it. Absolutely.
You were really fast in your heat race yesterday, and then something happened in the final. It seemed like you lost some stability. Is that kind of what happened?
I was honestly kind of tired myself, so my arm was tired. Track is a little bumpy, so it's kind of hard to just keep her going. But
yeah,
so
it takes a lot of work to bring those champ sleds around, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does.
You normally race F500 too, correct? But now you're kind of focusing more on the Pro Lite class.
I'm gonna be racing both of them all year, but yeah, we're gonna be focused on Pro Lite and try and get me going on that more. So
that'd be awesome, because after Pro Lite becomes champ, right?
Yep.
That's Jocelyn Rathke, driver of the number 30 Pro Lite. She is headed for some big things. Good luck the rest of the weekend. Wish you a ton of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you, Darren.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richter. All right, the 135 is on the recovery sled, as you can see on cooldown.tv. Blair McDonald out of Ile-des-Chênes heading back to the pit area. We are still in race number 17, so they have been called back to the starting line for a restart here. One to go, we're told, so 4 down, 1 to go. All right, still working on race 17 in the Pro Formula 500 class, round 2, heat 2. We are told 4 laps are down, 1 lap remains in race 17. Wow, that's pretty impressive. So we're talking about the numbers on cooldown.tv if you're watching on the World Wide Web. We talked about our peak viewership. All at once, yesterday, we had 1,700 and something, maybe 1,730 or whatever it was. But over the day, if you can believe this, ladies and gentlemen, we had over 20,000 visitors come in and out. Unique visitors, so that's incredible. That shows you that this sport is alive and well throughout the world. 22A is away. Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Moving along. Stefan Kerrigan is out of Winnipeg, currently occupying the 3rd spot with the only yellow sled on the racetrack right now. Skidoo, piloted by Stefan Kerrigan. 22 is going to take it. The 54 will be 2nd, Tom Keelback. And, of course, we just talked about him, the number 9 of Stefan Kerrigan out of Winnipeg, the paramedic, coming home 3rd unofficially on the bright yellow 1991 Skidoo. Next up, race 18, and we've got some scratches to tell you about. Race 18 is yet another Pro Formula 500 heat. Round 2, heat 3 coming your way. Don't forget to visit the concession stand here. Also, our Moose Den is our beer garden. Get yourself a nice cold one. The food here at the concession is delicious. You'll want to check that out. Also, get your Christmas gifts. We have CPTC promo wear available at the Moose Den. Nice place to warm up and have a nice cold one here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. We're into the afternoon. Yeah, sure we are. So the scratches in race 18. Miranda Peterson on the 434 and Jocelyn Rathke. Jocelyn, who just heard from in the pit area with Brett Richter. So Jocelyn Rathke and Miranda Peterson will not make this one. Who is racing? The 7 is Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. The 48X will be out here. Rich Mork out of Eagle River. The 9 will be Dane Klinger. The 98, Nick Kurth out of Wausau. And the 99 will be Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris. Whoop, we got a jumper. I don't know who it was or if it was a pair of them. I've got my suspicions, but I am not a track official, so I'll leave that one alone. I saw one for sure. It could have been a pair. I will tell you the truth, though, Anthony, once we see this. I only saw one for sure, and I think the one I saw is going to the second row. Oh, there's more. Okay, so I only saw one. Let's see what happens here. Nope, I was wrong. The one I thought jumped did not, I guess, going to the first row. So I missed that. So the 48X, Rich Mork out of Eagle River, was not who I saw jump. That's exactly why I am not an official. I'm not that sharp. Dane Klinger is on the 9 in race number 18 in the Pro Formula 500 class. Dane Klinger is out of Athens, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris. Keep your eyes on that rider. If we could remind everybody around trackside parking, I see 2 vehicles at least with their headlights on. 3, 4 with their headlights on. Please turn off your headlights. We have a black truck on the back straightaway. And we have looks like a white vehicle pointing right into turn number 3. Please turn those headlights off. We want to be warm, but we want to keep these riders safe. They're doing 100 miles an hour. Your feet might be just a little cold. Big difference. '99 is in the second spot here. That is Connor Bauman on the Polaris out of Wisconsin. Got some great racing here, as usual, in race number 18 in the Pro Formula 500 class. 78 miles per hour on the previous lap. Now we're getting some headlights off. Rich Mork on the 48X in the third spot. He is from Eagle River, Wisconsin. Still have a couple vehicles around trackside parking with headlights on, including the back straightaway. Black truck on the back chute. And a couple in turn 4 with headlights on. White flag, 1 to go. Connor Bauman on the number 99. Nick Kurth on the 98. There's the 7 on by the start-finish line. 7 is Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. Battle coming to the finish line now. It's going to be the number 9, Dane Klinger, followed by the 99. That is Connor Bauman. 48 of Mork out of Eagle River. Unofficially third. Well, if you are listening into 88.5 FM, that is the official broadcast frequency of the Co-op Community Complex. We still have some vehicles in turn number 4 with headlights on. I see somebody standing on a white truck in turn number 4. And if you can hear me, you might want to tell your neighbor with a black vehicle to get those headlights off. That is right in the corner. Hey, we want to have a special shout out here to Mary Jo and Glenn watching from Gladstone, Michigan. Hey, Mary Jo and Glenn, hope you're enjoying our broadcast. Also want to say a special hello to Randy and Debbie Kruk from Keewatin, Ontario. That's your stomping grounds there, Anthony, sort of. Yeah, it's beautiful out there. Hey, Randy and Debbie Kruk from Keewatin, Ontario. And also Mary Jo and Glenn from Gladstone, Michigan. Hey, I think we're going to go race some dirt bikes. Ice bikes it is here. And here we go. 14 is Rylan Katazinski. 47, Owen Nault. If he made it out there, he was a question mark. 48 is Tyler Feeblecorn. The 489, Avery Carr. 219 is going to be Caden Katowicz, and the 58, Jim Fleming. We don't have quite that many out there, so we'll try to determine who didn't make the line as this one goes on. Next up, Outlaw 600s, if you're in the pit area. Caden Katowicz leading the 489 of Avery Carr out of Beausejour. And those riders are, well, riding away from the rest of the field. This one was reduced to 3 laps, not 5 laps as indicated on the lineup sheet. Great race between the 48 of Feeblecorn and the 14 of Rylan Katazinski. Checkered flag is in the hands of Riley Baker on the front chute. And it's going to be the 219 unofficially, Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, leading the 489 of Avery Carr. 80 miles per hour on that final lap on 2 wheels. That is pretty quick. A shortened event. That one was scheduled for 5 laps. It went 3. All right, so where are we? Race 20 already. We are moving right along, Anthony, from cooldown.tv. Okay, Outlaw 600s, rolling start. Area Plasky is on the number 18. The 1 is Joe Schneider from St. Germain. The 4 is Ron Teroff from Lisbon, Iowa. 36 is Tom Stoltman from St. Germain. And the 19 is Chris Plasky out of St. Germain. This will be a rolling start, sprint car style. Never watched dirt track sprint cars or dirt track of any kind. They use a rolling start out of turn 4. So do these Outlaw 600s. Minimum weight after the race with driver is 875 pounds. There's lots of information on these at outlaw600.com. Current leader is actually a former sprint car racer on dirt, Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, who had many crashes in the dirt world and was recommended not to race any more sprint cars, so came to this. Joe Schneider in the number 1 out of St. Germain. These things have roll cages, as you can see, and seat belts and a nice seat in them. So you'd think this would be a little bit safer than an open cockpit snowmobile style machine. Don't want to call it the old guys or old girls class, but cages are a good idea. They really are. Joe Schneider's the leader. Ron Teroff second. Third is the number 19 of Chris Plasky out of St. Germain. .36 getting right sideways. That's Tom Stoltman at the back of the pack. Five laps the distance. Ron Teroff coming to challenge the number 1 of Joe Schneider now in turn 1 and 2. White flag coming out, 1 to go here in the Outlaw 600 class. Number 18 rolling up on the back of second spot now. Area Plasky out of St. Germain. Checkered flag for the number 1 of Joe Schneider. Tear off. Then Plasky, followed by Plasky. Followed by the 36 of Tom Stoltman. That is your top 5 in the Outlaw 600 class. Race number 20 is now in the books. That was round 1 for 5 laps. One more race before we go to a Quebec's grooming break. Don't forget, over at the Family Fun Zone, Santa's around for pictures and goodie bags. We'll also have the ride around on the track. The bus will be over by the Family Fun Zone loading during the Quebec's intermission break. So lots to see and do here during intermission. Visit the pit area, check out the haulers and the awesome snowmobiles over there as we get set to go with our final in the IFS 440X class. And here's how they line up for 5 laps in race number 21. Luke Lacasse is out of Hanmer, Ontario on the number 20. Riding the 12 from Manitou, Manitoba is Jamie Grenier. That is a 79 Skidoo. The 80 is Joe Presta, and Joe is from Whitemouth, Manitoba. Number 35 is Dylan Barron from Enola. And the 13, Dale Hunter from Woodstock, Ontario on a 78 Motoski. Time for race 21 for 5 laps. IFS 440X final. Oop. Well, it almost looked like a jump to me, but probably not. Just a couple of slow trigger fingers. Some of them were willing to go, some of them weren't. So we are under green here in our IFS 440X final for 5 laps. Luke Lacasse on the number 20, the 35, Dylan Barron battling. Speed on the last lap was 88 miles per hour. Wow. Pretty quick in the IFS 440X class. Dylan Barron showing the way. Here comes the 80 of Joe Presta. Luke Lacasse on the number 20, currently 3rd, sliding up on the racetrack. Having some trouble. Presta now battling with the 35. And we've got a rider off his sled, middle of the back straightaway. Don't know if that was a mechanical failure or what. Okay, that is the 20 of Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. Stopped in the middle of the back chute. Kind of slowed down through turn 1 and 2. Looks like a big spray of snow. I don't know if that was from the ski or what that was, but something broke. Good battle up front, however, in race 21 in the IFS 440X division. There's a good shot of the number 20 on cooldown.tv as we go to a replay. And we'll need our recovery crew to the back chute. Joe Presta and Dylan Barron getting at it down the back straightaway. Just before that flag to slow the race down here. Oh, yeah, there's debris on the track. Yeah, you can see that now in turn number 2. That number 20 came out of turn 2. Saw a big snow spray middle of the corner on your replay, and then it lost a part, and then it stopped on the back chute. So obvious damage. There's the 80 of Joe Presta out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. He will have a couple lap battle with Dylan Barron out of Enola on the 79 Skidoo coming up momentarily when we get back to racing action. This is our final race before a Quebec's grooming break. Told you about all the good things happening at the concession area. Lots of great food available over there. The Moose Den is open, serving ice-cold Moosehead and Twisted Tea. If you're looking for last-minute Christmas gifts, well, today's the last day to grab your CPTC promo wear. So check it out in the beer garden, which is now known as the Moose Den. Some real cool stuff available. Some great promo wear, so check that out. You can get a ride on the bus around the track during intermission. You can visit with Santa during intermission. They've got it all covered here at the Big Half Mile, the Co-op Community Complex. Food, drinks, and fun, huh? Yeah, you bet. Okay, we're going to try this again. There's Dylan Barron on the 35. He's got a tough competitor beside him. That is Joe Presta on the number 80. Dale Hunter on the good-looking moto ski. That is a 78 moto ski out of Woodstock, Ontario. Dale Hunter, the pilot, on the number 13. And getting set to go. Here we go. Joe Presta blows on by the 35 of Dylan Barron right off the start. And Presta will be your leader. Made that pass just before the yellow or red flag previously. White flag coming out now, 1 to go. Joe Presta continues to lead Dylan Barron on the number 35 with the 13 of Dale Hunter in the third spot out of Woodstock, Ontario. Coming down now to the checkered flag, and it is going to be Joe Presta. Second spot, Barron. Third spot is the number 13 of Dale Hunter, and that'll do it. We are going to an intermission, but first we are going to go down trackside with Brett Richter for an interview.
Thank you, Darren. We're down here in the pit area with Mariah Plasky. I believe, Darren, you said something about older women driving Outlaw 600s. Well, we're going to prove you wrong, so welcome, Mariah.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Yeah, you bet. So tell us about your history in the Outlaw 600.
This is my third season. We mainly got started because of the Grabowskis. My mom gets really nervous about both of us being in the sled, so the fact that we have a 5-point harness and a cage around us eases her nerves a little bit. That first race I've ever seen, right before I got in my first year, I watched Jordan flip, and I about had a conniption because they're not supposed to do that.
Well, no racing's ever truly 100% safe, right? So, but you're having a lot of fun, you're telling me.
I am. This track is great. We're really excited. We have the sleds dialed in, so we're excited to see what the rest of the season holds for us.
Fantastic, Darren. That is the number 18 Outlaw 600 of Mariah Plasky. She's here to prove that it's not just an old person sport anymore. So thanks. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Darren.
Well, thanks very much, Brett Richter. Again, it is a Cubex grooming break going on right now here at the Co-op Community Complex. So get on the bus, take a ride around during the grooming break, check out the concession or the Moose Den, the beer garden for some promo wear, and we're going to be back with you momentarily here at the Co-op Community Complex.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Brett Richter here at the CPTC up in Beausejour, Manitoba. Once again, we're chatting with some of the drivers that are coming to this great facility to do their best in the opening season of ice oval racing here. Happy today to be spending a little bit of time with somebody I haven't met before and new really to the F3 class, Reed Klinger from the Wausau area. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. It's awesome to be up here in Canada, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a great facility. Have you raced here before?
Last year was the first year, yep.
Yeah. What do you think of this place?
It's awesome. It's one of my favorite tracks, that's for sure. The high speed, can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah, big and wide and fast. And
oh, yeah, yep.
Yeah, and the competition's there too, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's nice because you grew up watching all these guys racing and stuff like that from the champ sleds, and they get on F3s, and now we're here lining up right next to them, so
yeah,
it's awesome. Oh yeah,
good. Yeah, so your history really, you're coming up through the F500 class, correct?
Yep. I raced in Gleason, Wisconsin. I raced all the way from 340s all the way up to 500s. Then a couple years ago, decided to jump onto a 500, and a couple years after that, now we're on an F3.
So this will be your maiden race on an F3?
Pretty much. Yep.
Yeah.
This whole year I'll be on F3, and then hopefully champ next year too.
Great, good. Do you have any practice laps on the F3 yet?
This year I turned about 10, 15 laps, maybe a little bit more than that. Back at home we don't got much ice, so it's kind of,
right.
You see the water moving below you, and you're like, hopefully I don't fall through. But no, it was good so far, yeah.
Didn't want to go trolling?
No, that's for sure, no.
I can understand that. Yeah. The F3 is a different animal, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's for sure. It kind of feels like a F500, but just with more power and isn't a 1990, so that's nice to, one, to ride and two, to work on.
Right,
oh, yeah.
Right. Higher center of gravity?
Yeah, it's more of a mental game because the motor is low and the whole chassis is low, but you just got all the plastic and all the other electronics that are up high, so it honestly doesn't feel insanely different, but all on setup-wise too.
Okay.
Yep.
Does it fit your racing style?
It does, yep. And then it's nice too, you can make small adjustments with being newer shocks and stuff like that, being an A-arm sled that you can kind of completely set it up to how you like it. Yep.
Sure. When you're racing, I don't know who you talked to back in your trailer, but are you a horsepower person or are you a handling person? What's the first thing that you want from the guys back in the trailer?
The guys in the trailer, they know all about the horsepower and the clutching and everything like that. And I just like I come from a motocross background, so I rode dirt bikes my whole life and stuff like that, still do. So I'm on the part of handling. So they take care of the horsepower, and then I just jump on and just ride it, and just tell them how I make fine-tune adjustments on the handling side for that. So it works perfect, yeah.
It's amazing. I think that most of the general audience, I don't think, understands how much a small adjustment can really impact the way that a machine drives when you enter a corner at 80, 90, or 100 miles an hour.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. And coming into this weekend, I believe we got all the handling down, the speed down. It's just getting off the line. Mm-hmm. So just those small tune adjustments from last year, we're kind of getting more and more better at it, and then you're up against these guys that have how many years on the sled, so we're trying to catch up, that's for sure.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's going to be a strong learning curve and a quick one.
Yep.
Oftentimes when you approach the starting line, people in the stands don't understand this popping noise they're hearing.
Yep.
Can you tell people a little bit about what's going on with the sled when they're doing that?
Yeah, so when we do that, it's just heating up the pipe. So basically you want to get it up to a really high temperature and then your desired temperature. So then that's kind of your baseline. So then you can adjust that so get your pipe a little hotter or a little less, depending on how the ice conditions are too. So if you get it really hot, it'll launch harder. If you don't get it as hot, it'll take off a little, not as aggressive, so that way if the ice is soft or stuff like that, you can kind of play with the traction there too.
So in order for that to happen, are you intentionally making your engine backfire?
Yep. You're kind of just like retarding the engine, so that way it just makes that cool sound and also helps you out a little bit. Yeah.
It's cool if you understand it, but the people in the stands who don't understand it thinks everybody's breaking down at the same time.
Yeah, so. They're like, what's going on here? But yeah, it is to help you, that's for sure. Yeah.
I was glancing here at your first heat. Your first heat on an F3, you're going to see Gunnar Stern, Matt Gady, Gavin Peterson, Blaine Stevenson, Tanner Foss, and Dustin Schwant. That's a stacked heat.
Oh yeah, no, I like seeing stuff like that because for one with the F3 class, especially those guys, you can trust them. You can trust running inches from them. You can trust racing against them. So then it's also nice too to race them in the heat because then it's just relaxing. You don't have to worry about, hey, I'm going to be racing these guys later and then kind of thinking about that the whole day. You just get it right and over with. You kind of get in a groove and then you just get comfortable with them, yeah.
Absolutely. When does Reed become Reed the racer and not Reed the person? When does that happen to you?
Probably right when I put my helmet on.
Okay.
The instant I put my helmet on, just that way I block a lot of stuff out, I talk a lot less and everything like that, and I just get right in the zone. Because you spent the whole summer doing this, you spent a lot of money doing it, so it's like kind of get in the zone and you're ready to go.
Yeah. Speaking of your helmet, you brought it with you today. Tell me a little bit about the design, the coloring. Is that something you came up with? You got somebody that does that for you?
So this year I went with a Bell Moto 10, and then this helmet came pretty much looking like this besides the bright colors. So I got a friend that does all my graphics on everything, the trailer to snowmobiles to dirt bikes. So CK Designs, he did that, and he just kind of, he knows my style, and I just kind of gave it to him, like, just do your thing on it. So it was kind of ideal to get that to him. It was probably about 2 weeks ago. So thankfully, yeah, I got it back in time, and I think it looks good.
Yeah, it looks really good. Looks really good. You like loud colors when you're doing stuff, right?
Oh yeah,
like
yeah,
here
that's
I am.
for sure. Yeah, as loud as they can get, and just adds a little bit to the sport. That's for sure. The fun factor.
Yep. So everybody will know Reed when you see him on the line. The number 221 takes a lot of people to bring you to the track every weekend. A lot of sponsors, a lot of friends. Who do you want to thank?
First and foremost, my whole family, my dad, my brother, everyone that comes up with us, especially to Canada being this far away from home. CK Designs for all doing our graphics and all of our color things and tinting and stuff like that. And 365 Power Sports, where I get the helmet from a lot, where I get all my parts from, a lot of them. Merrill Steel, Z's Four Corners, Green Lawn Underground Sprinklers, Colton Block Dirtworks, and everyone else that just helps behind the scenes and everything like that. It helps a lot, and it takes a community, that is for sure. And then Andrew Hegman at Extreme Motorsports.
Absolutely does take a community. I think that's one of the things I love about the sport. It is a community. You can see people any day of the week, and it feels like a relationship you've had for years.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like you see one guy up there at the starting line, but the bigger picture is there's like 40 people standing behind him to get him there. That's for sure.
Yeah, very well said. All right, we're going to wrap it up here with the FXR Fast 10. You ready?
Yeah.
Gas grill or charcoal?
Charcoal.
Coke or Pepsi?
Pepsi.
Ketchup or mustard?
Ketchup.
Would you rather be a news anchor or a meteorologist?
Meteorologist.
Rather play darts or pool?
Pool.
Drive the interstate or the back roads?
Back roads.
Prefer to swim in a pool or a lake?
Definitely a pool.
Don't know if you play them, but would you rather be guitar or keyboards?
Guitar, you can smash it.
You can smash keyboards.
Yeah, that's true.
Gold or silver?
Gold. Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers? Snickers. You want to try that again? Snickers. Oh. We have to talk to Chris about editing. Best of luck this weekend. I hope you have a safe weekend. I hope you find yourself really entrenched in that F3 sled. And I mean, obviously, you're looking for the WC here coming down the road. So, let's have a good weekend, a safe weekend, and put the power to it, and see where you go. That's for sure. Thank you. Best of luck. Enjoyed it. All right. Good. Thank you. Have a good day. You too. All right. That's Reed Klinger, driver of the number 221 F3. He will show up in race number 8 on tomorrow's program.
complex for race 22. Junior 1 Sprint 380, 12 to 14-year-olds on the track now. And here's how the lineup looks. The 43 is going to be Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota, on a Brian Burkle chassis. The 99 is Levi Lurkey from Hallock. The number 626 is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 11, Ben Meyer. Riding the C21 out of Neenah, Wisconsin, sponsored by Century 21, is Brendan Christensen. And the 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigan. So Ben Meyer on the 10. Rather, Ben Meyer on the 11, Derek Meyer on the 10. That's how it goes. All right. We are getting set to go here. Race 22 on your schedule. Race 22, Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds. And here we go. Great start by the number 10 of Derek Meyer. Michigamme, Michigan. This final is scheduled for 5 laps here. Tension in the pit area. Next 3 races are Pro Champ 440 races. So if you're in a Pro Champ race, you'll want to check the lineup and get on over to the staging immediately. Following those 3 Pro Champ heats, we will go to Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan Final. That'll be race 26 on the daily schedule. .77 miles per hour on the previous lap here in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class for 12 to 14-year-olds. Ben Meyer on the 11 leading the 10 of Derek Meyer. Those are your top 2 on the racetrack here in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. There's the 99 on the track. That, of course, Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota. 2024 Westland Special. White flag is out. One last call for Pro Champs into staging. And the 11 of Meyer, that is Ben Meyer, takes the win over the 10 of Derek Meyer. C21, Brendan Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin, in that one on the 2008 Wall chassis. There's a good look at the number 10 of Meyer coming back into the pit area. The number 10, Derek Meyer. Pretty strong showing there. Pro Champs coming up next, race 23. This will be round 3 on the day for the Pro Champs. We'll have round 3, heat 1, heat 2, and heat 3. So for race 23, here's how they line up. The 75 is going to be Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. 2024 Polaris Mounted Rider. On the number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. The 79 is Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec. 39X, this will be Justin Peterson from Campbellsport, Wisconsin. This is a Hool chassis. Number 8, Travis McDonald, is out of Lockport, Manitoba on the Skidoo. And the 21 is Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. Tyler Obi on the 21, sponsored by TJ Finishing Carpentry. Travis McDonald, a local out of Lockport, Manitoba. Former Valcourt winner. He has won some Saturdays and Sundays here throughout the years, except the big one in March. Former go-kart racer is Travis McDonald, sponsored by Skidoo, ServPro, and FXR, along with Bennett's Marine and Ryback's Custom Machine, along with Dayco. 21, Tyler Obi pulling up to the outside here of this race number 23 on your schedule. Pro Champs are away once again. Oh, crash right off the start. The 6 and the 39 got off the starting line quickly. That's Gavin Peterson on the 6 and the 39X of Justin Peterson, but an incident a little ways back. Looks like the 75 Calvin Cook, and I think that could be Sabrina Blanchette. For those of you that were with us yesterday, you will recall the 75 of Calvin Cook crashed yesterday, but is back here today. Riders collected each other on the entrance to turn number 1, and fortunately both riders are okay. We'll see if they will continue or get up on the recovery sled and head back to the pit area, but we're going to need a complete restart in race 23 or Pro Champ 440 class, round 3, heat 1 on the track. Take a look on the cooldown.tv replay. 6 and the 39X had no problem. It looks like the 79 might have tipped into the 75 just a little bit. Little bit of contact on the right rear of the 75 by the looks of things, at least from this camera angle. Nonetheless, the 75 right into the bales, but the best thing, both riders are okay. So we will get this cleaned up and get on with more race action here from the Co-op Community Complex. Hope you're having a great time if you're watching in on the World Wide Web or you're live with us here in Beausejour. Some great racing action yesterday in the Pro Champ division. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing number 102 won the feature event last night and will lead the USSA Pro Star Cup for this upcoming season. It was round 1 here yesterday. And Blaine Stevenson and the Wall Brothers crew certainly had the candles lit last night as they took the win under the lights. USSA Pro Star Cup here yesterday, and we'll be back in March as they pull that 79 sled back onto the track. That belongs, of course, to the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec, 2023 Polaris. Pro Champ sleds this year have the option of running a newer 106 track that is apparently built for a little more durability and longevity in certain spots. Verdict is still out on that. I had some conversations with some drivers / riders in the pit area yesterday, or Friday actually. It's already Sunday here in Beausejour, and we were talking about, well, it could work, it might not. We'll see. Time will tell on that one as the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette checking things out. Don't know if there'd be much damage on that sled by the looks of the crash, but you never know. There's the 75. Right beside Sabrina Blanchette, Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Great to have the 75 back with us again, sponsored by Hagen. So we need a complete restart here in race number 23. Gales right now, however, in turn number 1. So our crew hard at work as usual. Now's a great time to thank some sponsors. They include our title sponsor, of course, FXR Racing. Also like to thank the Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead along with Twisted Tea, available right now at the Moose Den, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Sobetsky Enterprises, Oak Bank Hearing Center, Cubex, Al Meisner Limited, RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour. All chipping in to make this one great event this weekend. The wall is back up, is it? Okay, so we will continue with as many sleds, of course, as we can. working on race 23, the Pro Champ 440s. Next race, race 24, more Pro Champ 440s. Then race 25, more Pro Champ 440s. Then race 26, we move to the Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan class. Race 27 and 28 will be in the Pro Formula 3 division. All right, we're just going to check the replay out one more time on cooldown.tv to determine the situation in this crash that happened earlier in the Pro Champ 440s. Red. All right, here they come. So we will get this race lined up once again. Race 23, Pro Champ 440s. Round 3, heat number 1. Just a reminder to all you trackside parkers, we welcome you to the event. Want to make sure you keep your headlights off throughout the event, please. No headlights on the trucks or cars in trackside parking. It blinds the drivers as they come through turn 3 and 4, and we do not want to have that. All right, Calvin Cook up to join the party on the starting line, the 75 out of Dayton, Minnesota. There's the 79, the 8 of Travis McDonald, the MPH Racing entry. Tyler Obi on the 21 getting set to go as well here. And we're going to do it all over. Here we go. Great start for the number 75. Wow. Calvin Cook on the inside, being challenged now down the back straightaway, but what a great start for Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Travis McDonald is your leader. He had a fantastic day here yesterday at the Co-op Community Complex and got sick, got the flu throughout the afternoon and was sick for the feature event last night and could not compete. But Travis McDonald on the 8 has been rocket fast when he has competed this weekend. Out of Lockport area, here comes the 39X into the second spot. Justin Peterson out of Campbell Sport. 94 miles per hour on the previous lap. McDonald continues to lead the 39X. Then it is the 6 of Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Green flag being displayed. Calvin Cook on the 75. Running currently in the 4th position on the Hagen 75. That was a close one. It looks like Travis McDonald will best the 39X of Justin Peterson at the line. Wow, that was close. Take a look on our cooldown.tv replay. These sleds are seriously moving out there. And that should do it. We'll give you the official results just as soon as we get them from the tower. But that should conclude race 24 and race 23, race 24 coming out now. Race 24. Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat number 2. The 11 is out of Lodi, Wisconsin on a wall chassis. This is Fred Mankey. On the 26 from Beausejour is Quinn Whitechuck. Whitechuck riding a Skidoo. The number 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on a Skidoo. And riding a 2022 Polaris, the 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. 24 sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises and Auto Trim. This is young Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. The 15 is Hunter Sears from St. Francis, Minnesota. And the 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde from St. Jude, Quebec. So this is race 24. Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat 2 coming up. Getting set to go. Good start for the number 3. That is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Side-by-side action in turn 3 and 4 now as they come down the long front straightaway. These riders are in a hurry. Hunter Sears on the 15 working his way into the top 3. Hunter Sears is out of St. Francis, Minnesota, riding a 2024 Polaris. .48 in the third spot, that's Philippe Roy Lalonde. .95 miles per hour on the previous lap here in the Pro Champ division. Keep your eyes on the number 26 of Quinn Whitechuck. Whitechuck now into the third spot. That Beausejour rider looking strong, but we've got a battle continuing for second, third, and fourth. White flag coming out for your race leader, Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on the number 3. Great action side by side in turn 3 and 4 now. Danique Lambert, then the 15 of Hunter Sears, then the 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde right there at the finish. And that should be your top 3 in that order. However, we will do a verification and make sure the results are official. But what a race that was. Race 24 in the Pro Champ 440s. That was round 3, heat 2. And a great race it was for FXR. Okay, our final heat in round 3 for Pro Champs coming up. And here they come already. The 55 is going to be Brett Keelback out of Beausejour. Riding the 92 is Haven Bouveret from Bad Axe, Michigan. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson from St. Cloud, Minnesota. The 220 is Gunnar Stern from West Chicago. Riding the 54 is Calvin Peterson from Eden, Wisconsin. And out of Mishicot, Wisconsin, the 31 is Will Garceau. Rounding out the field on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR Walker Evans, number 39, is Tom Olson out of Greenbush. That is a 2024 Polaris. Next race, attention in the pit area. Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan. That is a combo final. You are up next for race 26. Then a couple of heats of Pro Formula 3 coming up. Then a couple in the Sportsman 600s. Then Pro Lights, then Supermod 300 before a Quebec's intermission break. So be ready in staging. They are not waiting today. Getting set to go, race 25 on the board. The Red Bull Skidoo, number 220, takes the whole shot. And G-Money Gunner Stern looking pretty strong on down the back chute. He's got company, however, as they race into turns number 3 and 4. Blaine Stevenson, the Wall Brothers Racing entry in the number 1 spot, followed by the 220 of Gunnar Stern. Stern now with a run on the 102 on the outside of turn 2, but the 102 of Stevenson is moving along fine. What a race in the top 2 here. Third spot, Tom Olson, the 54, is 4th. That is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. They are getting at it here in race 25, the Pro Champ 440 class. Will Garceau aboard the number 31 out of Mishicot, Wisconsin. 98 miles an hour for your leaders on the previous lap. White flag coming out this time around in race 25. Stevenson, Stern, and Olson. In the 5th spot is the 54 of Calvin Peterson. Checkered flag is out. Blaine Stevenson will best Gunnar Stern. Olson, looks like the 31, and the 54 of Peterson will round out the top 5 unofficially here in the Pro Champ 440 class. Race 25 is in the books. Race 26 coming your way, and we'll have that lineup for you momentarily for FXR. And here they come. The 65 will be Norm Chura. Riding the 23 is Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo. Alex Manchelenko will be on the number 14. Jonathan Busby will be on the 867. Riding the 580 is Joey Friesen out of Altona. Aboard the 84, this is Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. And Chad is on a 76 Arctic Cat. The number 15 is Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota, out of 76 Mercury, and on a 79 Kawasaki. The 66 is Greg Herr out of White City, Saskatchewan. The number 165 is Justin Habing from Dugald, and the 47, well, this is Danny Leonard out of Beausejour on the 76 Yamaha. Scratch the 44X of Randy Oliver from this one out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. The 78 Yamaha. Number 44X will not make this race. Randy Oliver is a scratch. Race 26. Super Stock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan. Coming up next. 165 on the outside. That is Justin Habing out of Dugald on a 1976 Polaris getting set to go. This is a final scheduled for 5 laps. Drag race to turn number 1. Ooh, it is tight over there. Norm Chura on the 65 with a pretty good start out of Enola. He is a longtime racing veteran here at the Co-op Community Complex. But leading right now is the 84 of Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. This one scheduled for 5 laps in the Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan class. Chad Bartok on by. There's the 15. That, of course, is Sheldon Carlson in the second spot. Jonathan Bushby out of Colbert is third on the 867. 72 miles per hour on the previous lap. As they race through turn 3 and 4. .867 into the second spot. There's the 23, Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo, Manitoba. Rider slowing in turn 1. Off the pace is the 165 of Justin Habing out of Dugald, entering turn 1, albeit quite slowly. Joey Friesen is aboard the 580. That is a 1980 Yamaha, well back of the pack. White flag for your leader, the number 84 of Chad Bartok. 867 is second, Jonathan Busby, the 23. Manchelenko third, the 65 of Norm Chura fourth. And the 14 is fifth. That's Alex Manchelenko out of Dufrost. Checkered flag for the 84. The 867 will finish second. That is Jonathan Bushby, the 23 of Manchelenko, then Chura. Then we should have, and there it is, the 14 and fifth, Alex Manchelenko out of Dufrost, Manitoba, finishing fifth unofficially in race number 26. All right, so race 27 coming up next, Pro Formula 3. This will be round 2, heat 1 for 5 laps. And scheduled in this one, the 220 G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, riding the Red Bull Tub of Towels Skidoo 39, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, FXR, and Walker Evans. This is Tom Olson at the controls. The number 48 is going to be Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan on a 23 Polaris. Scratch the 75 of Calvin Cook. Calvin Cook will not take part in this Pro Formula 3 race 27 on the day. We also have the 14 of Tanner Foss out of Middle River, Minnesota, scheduled in this one on a 2024 Polaris. And out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin on a 2023 Arctic Cat, Dustin Schwant is on the 326. Scheduled for 5 competitors in race 27 in the Pro Formula 3 division. This is the Eagle River World Championship class now. Has been for about 3 or 4 years. .220 of Stern up against the 39 of Olsen at the starting line, side by side. Getting some heat in the pipes here as we get set to go. Number 48, Nick Wickerham, jumps it, and we'll have to pull back into line. There we go, that's better. Race 27 on deck for you here, online and live at the Co-op Community Complex. Stern and Olsen away. Down the long back straightaway they go. Great start for both Gunnar Stern and Tom Olsen as they navigate through turn 3 and 4 and down the front straightaway. 39 Tom Olsen leading the 220 into turn 1 and 2. Wall Brothers Racing Machine has been sharp all weekend long. Five laps the distance for Tom Olsen, Gunnar Stern. Number 14 is third. That is Tanner Foss. The 48 is Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan in the fourth spot. Here's your leaders down the front chute. Your leader, Olsen, keeping his distance. Currently fifth on the racetrack, Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. 2023 Arctic Cat mounted rider. White flag is out. Tom Olsen on the Wall Brothers Racing 39 slides it into turns 1 and 2. Accelerating now down the back straightaway. Gunnar Stern on the 220 a ways back. West Chicago, Illinois' Gunnar Stern currently second on the track. The win's going to go to Tom Olsen. Gunnar Stern second. 14. Tanner Foss out of Middle River with a nice run in the top 3 there. And that'll do it for race number 27, Pro Formula 3 racing coming your way here at the Co-op Community Complex. Race 28 will be more of the same action in the Pro Formula 3 class. We will scratch the number 6 of Gavin Peterson from race 28. 29 is going to be Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The 92 is Haven Bouveret from Bad Axe, Michigan. The 85X is Tavish Perry from Eagle River. The 102, this is Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud. He rides the Wall Brothers Racing entry. Out of Morley, Michigan, the 23 is Dakota Harris. And rounding out the field, the 221 is Reed Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin. Here in race number 28. Don't forget to scratch the number 6 of Gavin Peterson. We'll get up to race 32 in this part of the program before we go to another Quebec's intermission break. So we're at race 28, race 29, and 30 will be Sportsman races, Sportsman 600s in fact. Race 31, Pro Lights. Race 32 will be the Supermod 300s, then a Quebec's intermission break. Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin on the outside on the number 221. Riders are ready. We are set to go with race number 28, Pro Formula 3, round 2, heat 2. Not much room in turns 1 and 2. And there's a result of the lack of room right there. So rider slides into the bales. Appears to be getting up. That is the number 92 of Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. Female competitor out of Bad Axe, Michigan, getting some attention over in turn 2. That looked pretty narrow there in turn number 1 as they all kind of got to turn 1 at the same time. And when that happens, well, somebody's got to win and somebody's got to lose. And there you can see, oh boy, could have been much, much worse. The sled barrel rolling, Haven Bouveret into the bales, but much less worse for wear than the 92 sled is right now. So we will have a restart in race 28, the Pro Formula 3 class. Great job by our camera crew at cooldown.tv as we watch the replay on the World Wide Web. From a different angle, coming into the corner. All it takes is one little ski hook, and that's what looks like happened there. Ski hooked into another sled, and that was it. Barrel roll time. Sportsman 600s coming up next for 2 heats. If you're in those classes, you'll need to be at staging immediately, please. All right, we're going to try this again as Riley Baker, our head flagman, has a look. Track is clear, we're told. Once again, a reminder to our trackside parkers, I see some lights on in turn 4 again. 2 vehicles, I think, with their lights on, maybe 3 in turn 4. Please turn off your headlights. Once again, a reminder, in turn 4, some headlights on at trackside parking. Please turn them off. Baker looks them over, and here we go. We are racing once again. Looking to have a clean run through turns 1 and 2, and we've got it that time. As they head on through turn 3 and 4 and down the front straightaway. Baker has a look, has the green flag in hand. Blaine Stevenson on the 102 is your leader. Joey Birch on the 29 giving chase. This one scheduled for 5 laps. .221 in the third spot is Reed Klinger. Klinger pretty steady all weekend long here at the Co-op Community Complex. Look at that 221 now challenging for the second spot. Almost a spin from our 5th place runner in turns 3 and 4. Tavish Perry on the 85X almost looped it in turn 3 and 4, but gathered it back in and is still 5th on the racetrack. White flag is out. Joey Birch second on the 29. Looking at the leader, last lap was 97 miles per hour. Wow. Here comes your leaders. Stevenson's going to take it. Birch, then the 221 of Reed Klinger. Good run in the top 3. 23, Dakota Harris unofficially 4th. Dakota Harris is out of Morley, Michigan on a 2023 Polaris, so that'll wrap it up for race 28 in the Pro Formula 3 class. Moving now to the Sportsman 600 class for round 1, heat 1, and this class always very competitive. And in this race 29, we are going to scratch the 44X of Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Scratch Randy Oliver. He is not competing in this one. Well, who's in the 46s? That is Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. The number 48 is Nick Wickerham from Belding, Michigan. Riding the 23 is Will Manchelenko from St. Malo, Manitoba. And from Grand Point, Manitoba, the 14 is Caden Temple. The number 13 is going to be John Hall from Beausejour. That is a 1996 Skidoo. The 326 is Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin on a 99 Arctic Cat. 326, Dustin Schwant from Wisconsin. Good looking number 326. Coming to the line. Right on the inside. Wow, the number 46 explodes off the starting line. Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie is in a hurry. Good look at Articat, the 326 Dustin Schwant, also with a good start. And trying to make things happen up front in this one. 326 passes the 46. Third spot is the number 13 of John Hall out of Beausejour. We are moving along nicely here at 83 miles per hour on the previous lap. There is your leaders in the top three. Fourth is the 23 of Will Manchelenko. The 14 is fifth. Caden Temple from Grand Point, Manitoba in the fifth spot. Heading down the back straightaway now into turn 3 and 4. This one scheduled originally for 5 laps. Dustin Schwant still showing the way. Tadashori on the 46 second. We've got a race for second and third here as the 326 of Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin seems pretty solid in the number 1 spot. White flag coming out this time around. John Hall on the number 13, trying to pass the 46 of Tadashori for second. That is the race to watch right now as they head on down the back chute and into turn number 3. The 326, Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin, continues to lead out of turn number 4. Schwant will take it. Looks like the 13 possibly. That was very close. 13 could have come second there. I do believe the 13 made the pass. We will verify that for you just as soon as we can. But it looks like the 13 of Hall picked them off at the finish line. All right, so John Hall, in fact, did finish second on the number 13. I was just checking with our lap scorers there on the other side of the tower, and number 13 did a great job. John Hall out of Beausejour on the 1996 canoe, officially second. Dustin Schwant wins it out of Fox Lake. Tadashori on the 46, unofficially third. Here we go. Sportsman 600s already are here, and race number 30 with it. Curtis Cam is on the number 88. Riding the 75 is Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. From Lanigan, Saskatchewan is the 179 of Jason Mackey. 15 is Kyle Omachinski from Beausejour, and the 08 is Brad Artimowicz from Dryden, Ontario on a 2000 Polaris. Race 30 on deck right here. Sportsman 600s are underway. Everybody makes it through by the looks of things in turn 1 and 2, so that is good news here in race number 30, your Sportsman 600s. This is round 1, heat 2 for this class. Colton Kreutzer out of Drake on the 779 is your leader. The 15 Kyle Omachinski now challenging on the inside. Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour, making this a race. 88 miles per hour on the previous lap. They are getting at it. Omachinski leading Kreutzer. 75 is Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie in the third spot. That is your top three so far here in the Sportsman 600s, race number 30. Omachinski looking awful good. Curtis Cam is on the number 88 out of Oxdrift, Ontario. That is between Dryden and Vermilion Bay, Ontario. As your leaders roar by once again. Colton Kreutzer maintaining the second spot, the 75, Ken Schwartz third. 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. 1996 Polaris. And Kyle Omachinski is going to win this one, followed by the 779 of Colton Kreutzer. 75 in the third spot, Ken Schwartz. 179, Jason Mackey coming home just before Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden on the 08. That'll do it for race number 30 in the Sportsman 600 class. Now just a couple more races before yet another Quebec's intermission break for grooming. We'll have race 31 coming up in the Pro Lite division. All female competitors, 3 in fact, in the Pro Lights. Round 1, heat 1 for 3 laps here for race 31. The 30 is going to be Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 113, this is Kendra Westland from Strathcona, Minnesota. And the 53 is from Stead, Manitoba on a Hool chassis. This is Alyssa Gusta on the number 53. Pro Lite, round 1, heat 1 for 3 laps. Coming up next for race 31 of 54 on your schedule. Okay, it's looking like we are ready for race 31 in the Pro Lights. Just 3 laps. A real quick sprint here. And away we go. Gusta on the 53 to the outside. The number 30 of Jocelyn Rathke to the inside. It looks like the number 30 of Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin, riding that skidoo to the hole shot. Gusta in the second spot. Kendra Westland third out of Strathcona, Minnesota. But right now, Jocelyn Rathke looking awful, awful strong out of Wausau, Wisconsin on that number 30. 92 miles per hour. It is the 30, the 53, and the 113 in that order in the top 3 here on the closing lap of race 31. Your Pro Lite division, round 1, heat 1. 2.5 or 2 3/4 laps done now, and your leader coming to the finish line. Your winner is going to be Jocelyn Rathke, then Gusta, followed by Kendra Westland for third on the number 113 out of Strathcona, Minnesota. One more race before our Quebec's intermission break. That will be Supermod 300 free air and liquid on A final. Yeah, this is the final, in fact. 3 laps. Okay. Just verifying that for you. Looks like Justin Habing will be on the 165. The 13 will be Kieran Lowen, and Sean Bruce out of Richer, Manitoba, out of 76 Merck will round out the field. Final race before a Quebec's intermission break here in Beausejour at the Co-op Community Complex. There's the 165, there's the 13 and the 57, so we're ready to go racing here. Three laps the distance. Looks like Kieran Lowen on the number 13 with the whole shot. 57 is Sean Bruce out of Richer, and the 165, Justin Habing. A ways back on the Chura Racing entry and not getting much speed on the back chute, as you can see, just yet. Oh, second and third having issues. Looks like Sean Bruce with trouble over in turn number 3. Your leader, oh no, that is the 57. 57 is your leader. Got all kinds of problems here on the racetrack. Justin Habing on the 165 trying to get up to speed. Looks like we're going to drop a lap and go right to the checkered. Well, that's a quick decision. All right. 2 sleds, 2 laps. Why not? And your winner, the 57, is Sean Bruce. We thought it was Bruce on the back chute that had stopped, but no, Bruce won the race in that shortened 3-lap race. Talk about saving fuel. 165 will come second by default. Justin Habing out of Dugald. And now it is time for a Quebec's intermission break. Don't forget the beer garden is open. That is known as the Moose Den. Get yourself an ice-cold Moosehead or Twisted Tea over there. Check out our CPTC promo wear. Also, we have Santa in the facility. Not sure if Santa's still here, but you can check it out at the Family Fun Zone, where you can board the bus for some drive around on the racetrack. Do check that out. The bus is here for some drive arounds on the racetrack. We're going to be back with you momentarily here at the Co-op Community Complex in Beausejour.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bomber store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience today.
Hello, everybody. It's Brett Richter here in Beausejour, Manitoba on a beautiful, crisp Friday morning. Just staring out over a beautiful ice track that's ready for a great weekend of racing up here. We're looking at practice coming shortly here in the afternoon and getting the race weekend kicked off. So happy to spend some time talking with some of the racers, some of the local people this weekend as well. And one of our F500 regulars driving the number 9.
Yes.
Stefan Kerrigan.
Yeah, Kerrigan.
Kerrigan. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm fantastic.
Good.
Yeah, happy to be up here.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you've been doing this for a long time.
11 years.
Yeah?
Yeah. So started 11 years ago, but I've been around it for since I was like 5. Even before that, my uncle Jerry LePage, started racing, and the big winter event was to come and watch him race here back in the early 80s into the 90s and 2000s and 2010s, and he's been racing for a long time. But yeah, no, it's been good. And then I finally had the opportunity to come in and race myself. It was pretty fun because I got to race against him, so that was pretty special.
Sure, yeah, that brings whole nother aspect to it.
100%. Yeah. I'd like to tell people that this is a weekend of a family weekend interrupted by a little bit of racing.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
What's the drive to race now? Is it just pleasure? Is it just fun? Is it?
For me, it's just pleasure. I like going out there. I like competing with the other guys and gals that are out there. It's just for me, it's like a hobby, like a little bit of a release from just a daily life. I enjoy it. I've always enjoyed being around snowmobiles and stuff. And then when I got the opportunity to try a mechanics race years ago, I just got the bug and just was waiting ever since then to get out there.
So where's on the teeter-totter? Where's competitiveness versus enjoyment kind of flowing?
I would kind of say probably almost 50-50, maybe a little bit more competitive. I just enjoy being out there. When you're standing up and staging and everybody's high-fiving each other, saying good luck, good race, type thing and stuff. That's what it is for me.
When you pull up on the line, are you looking at your competitors then going, this is the guy I got to beat to the corner, this is a person that his whole shot's better than mine?
Yeah, a little bit like that. And just to hope that I'm going to find a nice lane to go through the corner and not end up tangling with anybody else or getting into trouble.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We've asked a lot of racers this weekend to bring their helmets in just to get a different view of them. Plus, when somebody's watching you race, obviously they can't see your face, so maybe they can match the helmet up. You're the first person that's brought in an orange helmet. We've talked to 6 or 7 people already today. Obviously, with your history from an EMT standpoint as well, safety is a big part of yours. And you were telling me about the goggles. Why don't you share a little bit about your helmet and the goggle combination you're using?
Yeah, so the helmet is the Fly helmet. It's all blaze orange, in which I like to be seen. The other thing too is that with the goggles are a little bit of a rose lens or a pink lens, and it really accentuates and highlights all the orange that's out there. So any racers that do wear orange, you'll pick them up very, very easily through snow dust, through anything else. They're very, very bright. Like I said earlier, almost a little bit electric.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The blaze orange rule has kind of gotten fuzzy the past couple of years. What are your thoughts about that?
I know that a lot of people like to have their own uniqueness and everything to it, but the more orange out there, the better and stuff. I find that it's a very high contrast with sleds and everything like that. Obviously, we want to protect people and swerve away from people. I've been in corners and stuff where I could see the orange, but I couldn't see anything else. So for me, it's like I said, even with the lens that I use that works in daytime, nighttime, it really accentuates that, so it makes it a lot safer for me as a driver to stay away from other people.
Sure, absolutely. What's your season look like? Are you going to do anything other than Beausejour? Are you going to travel a little bit?
No, I'm just the local racer that just does Beausejour and stuff. A couple years ago, me and my son Finn went down to go and watch them down in Strathcona. Might give that a whirl this year. We'll see. It all depends on family holidays as well. So for me, family's a big thing. My crew chief is my youngest son, and he's fantastic to have around. So we love having him around. He's out there helping everybody out, and I think he enjoys this weekend more than I do, believe it or not.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Just going out and helping everybody. So
yeah, that's the grassroots of the sport. I mean, it's people. It's what draws me to the sport.
Absolutely. It's you won't find a better group of people that have one thing in common.
One of the things that I was talking to another promoter about is the accessibility of pit areas in ice oval racing, and something that's probably underutilized by the spectators. The ability to come into the pit area, and you got to be careful because you're walking on ice, but accessibility to racers and race teams, and the up close look at machines, and to stop and say hi and visit and get autographs and learn a few things is really something they should take advantage of.
It's super important. Obviously, as people kind of age out of the sport or kind of lose their passion for the sport to some extent and stop racing, we need to bring these younger people into it and stuff. I know it went on for quite a few years where the local daycare would come out with all their kids and stuff, and unfortunately, I couldn't get pictures of them because of legal aspects or anything like this, but I would get pictures of the kids on my snowmobile, and they would just all be piled in there. There might be 10 of them, 15 of them all piled in and around the snowmobile and stuff. So that was pretty special to see the kids sitting on it and stuff. I encourage any kids to sit on the sled, pretend you're racing, lean over, take pictures with mom and dad. I'll take the pictures. Very, very important. I remember as myself being a kid, what it was like when you got that opportunity and stuff, and that was a lot of time was the highlight of your weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I remember that too from my days. I grew up at the Ironwood Snowmobile Olympus, and was there in the late 60s, early 70s as a kid, and some of those memories just never leave.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
those memories are ingrained.
Yeah, you double here as well as one of the primary responders for injuries and accidents. That's got to be challenging as well, I would imagine.
Absolutely. It's challenging. I'm just fortunate that I can do that to help people out. If I miss a race, I miss a race. That's not the end of the world for me. Back in December, I missed a race. I didn't care. I was there to help out injured racers that were injured. But I will. A racer's well-being is way more important to me than racing.
Yeah, far beyond that. Yeah, from all of us, thank you for that. I mean, that's a huge responsibility, and it takes a special person to do it and do it well, and you're one of those people.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, so we want to thank you for that. You've done yeoman's work.
Yeah, and it's it's as much as racing is a team event, as well the staff here. I can't even explain how awesome they are to work with. From the corner guys to the ambulance that's on site with Critic Care. You know, these are some off-duty medics that I work with or have worked with in the past, and they are fantastic to work with. There's a great bunch of people. So, you know, I think that we've, in the last couple of years, have shown the worth of having a great ambulance service on site here. And I know for a fact that it's made a huge difference in people's lives.
Yeah, thank you for that. You said something about a barn find. You got different sled this year?
Yeah, so for the last couple of years, I've been graciously, if you want to call it squatting, in a trailer with Mike Shackelford and Brad Harrison. And with that, my sled was sitting in Mike's trailer for the weekend, or for the summer, and then when I went to pick it up this fall, it was actually sitting in a barn, so I call it my barn find for the weekend. So yeah, we're having fun with it and stuff. After the first lap or two, we should have all the dust blown off it, and we'll be good to go.
That's fantastic. It takes a lot of people to get people to the racetrack. So
absolutely,
yeah, you know, thanks some people.
So I'm not somebody who's got a lot of sponsors. However, one company that's been with me kind of from the get-go was Extreme Coatings out in Oak Bluff, Manitoba. And then we just got a new one coming in this year, Big Smoke Barbecue. That's joined us to help feed our crew and help us out on the track. So greatly appreciate those guys coming to help out.
So I need to know where your trailer is and if they're sponsoring you.
It is. I'll give it to you, Brett. It is a white trailer out there.
Oh, the only one.
I'll let you, it's the only white trailer out there. You'll find it.
Awesome. Let's wrap this up with the FXR Fast 10. You ready?
Here we go.
Corvette or Mustang?
Corvette.
Gas grill or charcoal?
Ooh. Let's go charcoal.
Johnny Cash or Elvis?
Johnny Cash.
ATV or a side-by-side?
Side-by-side.
Home Depot or Menards?
It's only Home Depot because there's no Menards here.
Okay. Satellite or streaming?
Streaming.
Walleye or bass?
Walleye.
Rupp or a snowjet?
Ooh, snowjet.
Hammock or a sleep number bed?
Hammock.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Reese.
Good answer.
There we go.
Good luck this weekend. And once again,
thank you very much.
Thank you for everything you do for the sport.
Thank you.
All right, Brett Richter here with another interesting driver insight. Looking forward to some racing action starting tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
the Co-op Community Complex, working on race 33 after a Quebec's intermission break. Many thanks to our track crew for doing a great job to get this facility back in shape for a total of 54 races on the day. We are on race 33 now. This is Junior 2 Stock 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. Also, Junior 1 Stock 380 for 10 to 12-year-olds, although for the 10 to 12s, there is only one competitor, Levi Lurkey out of Hallock on the 99. In the Junior 2 Stock, the 43 is Carson Peterson. The Century 21 C21 is Brandon Christensen out of Nino, Wisconsin. The 11 is Ben Meyer from Michigami, Michigan. The 626 is going to be Waylon Corpita from Wausau. And the 60 is Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. Following this race, we'll go to a last chance qualifier in the Pro Champ 440s. So if you are in the last chance qualifier, you need to be in staging immediately. Racing right here in the Junior 1 and Junior 2 Stock 380 classes. Pro Champ 440 last chance is up next. Then race 35 will be the Sportsman 600s, as will race 36. C21 showing the way, the 11 in the second spot. As we tick off the laps here in this particular race, the Junior 1 and Junior 2 Stock 380 class. Brandon Christensen, of course, the pilot on the C21. The 11 is Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. Good look at the C21 right there. 43 now in that second spot. Carson Peterson is on the 43 out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Last call, Pro Champ 440s. That will include Sabrina Blanchette in this one. Added as a result of a scratch. Haven Bouveret has been scratched from that last chance qualifier. .75 miles per hour. Like to say hello to the crowd from Sioux Lookout looking in on the cooldown.tv broadcast online. As we're finishing things up here now in the Junior 1 and Junior 2 Stock 380 class. White flag is out for the C21, Brandon Christensen. 43, Carson Peterson. Followed by the 626 of Waylon Corpita. That is in the Junior 2 Stock 380. There's the 60 of Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve on the 99 Polaris. As your leaders now coming out of turn number 3 and 4. And your winner is the C21, Brandon Christensen. Second spot to the 43, Carson Peterson. 626. Waylon Corpita coming home in the third spot unofficially. Crossing the line now as well as the number 60 of Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. Pro Champ 440 last chance qualifier for 5 laps coming up soon. All right, let's go down trackside to Brett Richter.
Thanks, Darren. I'm down here on the starting line with Riley. Thought we'd chat for a minute before the next heat gets going. What's it like to be standing that close to those sleds?
It's indescribable. It's a lot of fun. Every opportunity I have, I bring people down here because it's just such a unique perspective, and just it really gives you an appreciation for what these guys are doing when you're right with them.
Yeah, I can imagine. They're coming up now. They don't like to get their engines warm, so I'm going to let you get back to work, but I'll stick around for another race or so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, here is your lineup for the Pro Champ 440 last chance qualifier. 31 is Will Garceau. The 54, this is Calvin Peterson. Riding the Sobetsky Enterprises number 24 out of Beausejour is Jordan Sobetsky. And on the 75 from Dayton, Minnesota, this is Calvin Cook. The 26 is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. Also out of Beausejour is the 55 of Brett Keelback and the 21 of Tyler Obie. The 11 is Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin, and the 79 is Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette on the number 79. Three go to the final here out of the last chance qualifier in the Pro Champ 440 division. 5 laps is the distance. Great start on the outside for the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette. Top 3 go to the final. Sabrina Blanchette, Supergirl out of Quebec. Wow, what a start. Just like a rocket off the starting line. Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec is your current leader. Here comes the the 79 quickly. Heads up in turn 1. '79 slowing, and we had a collision going into turn number 1. Nowhere to go for that particular rider and into the bale, so we will have a red flag and a brief delay here as we tend to the rider. We are working race 34 in the Pro Champ 440s. And we will bring you an update from turn number 1 just as soon as we possibly can. Just going into the second lap on that one after a great start by the Quebec rider Sabrina Blanchette. Not sure who else was involved over there, but we'll bring you that information as soon as we can. Race number 34 in the Pro Champ last chance qualifier stopped right now due to a collision in turn 1 and 2. And again, we will bring you an update just as soon as we can here from the Co-op Community Complex. Safety is first at all of our events, so we want to make sure the riders are all okay before we make the announcement. We will definitely let you know just as soon as we know up here in the tower. All right, looking like good news so far. I want to get an official report, but it looks like Sabrina Blanchette on the 79 walking away now towards the pit area. So far, I think we're looking pretty good as a result of what looked like a terrible accident in turn 1 and 2, but we'll bring you more updates just as soon as we get them. We're trying to get them on the radio right now. Our lap counter is now, of course, just going through the lineup here to make sure that we're going to determine actually whether or not we're going to do a complete restart or use a lap from that previous race there. So we will find that out as well. So I'm just listening in on the radio here as all this unfolds here at the Co-op Community Complex. All right, we're going to go down trackside to Brett Richter. We've got some news, apparently.
Thanks, Darren. I'm down here with Riley. We didn't know that you had to add Sprint Star to your resume here. It's at the racetrack. That was quite the rundown to turn 1, but what'd you find?
Sabrina's all right. Fred's all right. Just, I don't know if you can tell from the live stream, but Sabrina blew up right as she crossed the line. She had nowhere to go. She just stayed in the line, which is exactly what she should do. With her hand up, and people were dodging left and right. Fred was just caught up in a bit more dust with everybody going by and tagged her at the back.
Yeah, it's interesting because at the drivers' meeting today, you talked a little bit about what happens when you burn down and you're in the front. There's people coming from behind you. That's the exact scenario you were talking about.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's scary. Just thankful that we're okay.
Yeah, it's part of racing. So lots of people think that Riley just sits here and throws flags at people, and that's his whole day. But obviously, there's a lot more to running this racetrack from this perspective. So thanks for all you do. We appreciate everything.
I love doing it. I hate those parts of it, but it's an awesome job, and I'm thankful for all the volunteers that we have and all the spectators and all the drivers. It's a great community.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. So go get back to work. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Back to you, Darren.
Hey, Brett, thanks very much as always as we get set to go to the last chance qualifier once again. And we will not do a complete restart. We are told we are going to go 1 lap down, 4 to go in this last chance qualifier. So we officially did get a lap in, so we will realign the riders/drivers as they come to the start-finish line. Get everybody set up and ready to go. Getting set to go. Calvin Peterson on the 54 in the number 1 spot. 31. As well. We are racing top 3 to the main event in the Pro Champ 440 class. They are hauling the mail, unlike Canada Post these days. .55 is in the 3rd spot. That is Brett Keelback out of Beausejour. Only the top 3 go to the final here. Fred Mankey involved in that accident earlier with Sabrina Blanchette. Both drivers are back in the pit area. That is great news. 4th spot, Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises Polaris. Looking to break into the bubble in the top 3. 95 miles per hour on the previous lap. White flag, 1 to go here. Racing into turn 3 and 4 in the last chance qualifier for the Pro Champ 440s. 54, 31, and 55 in the top 3. The 54, Calvin Peterson. The 31 going to the show. That'll be Will Garceau. And the 55, Brett Keelback out of Beausejour, will qualify for the Pro Champ main event coming up in race 54. That was a good one. And fortunately, Fred Mankey and Sabrina Blanchette, as we talked about, back to the pit area. So that is good. I'm sure they're a little bit sore, but that is much better than the alternative. So that will do it for race number 34. That was the Pro Champ last chance qualifier. Moving into round 2 in the Sportsman 600 class now. Round 2, heat 1 for race number 35 on your schedule. The number 88 is going to be Curtis Cam out of Oxdrift, Ontario. The number 48 is Nick Wickerham from Belding, Michigan. Riding the 75 is Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie. The 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. Riding the 23 is Will Manchelenko from St. Malo. The 179 is Jason Mackey, and the 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. 1996 Skidoo mounted rider, the 13 John Hall from Beausejour. Race 35, Sportsman 600, round 2, heat 1 on the racetrack for FXR. Riley Baker, our head flagman, looking him over, making sure the track is clear and everyone is ready to go. And there we go, green, green, green. Good racing into turns number 1 and 2 here in race 35, your Sportsman 600 class. Don't forget, plenty of delicious food available at the concession area. Also, over at the Moose Den, we have ice-cold Moosehead and Twisted Tea products. Look at this, almost 4 wide. Wow, what a battle. 23 on the inside is Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo, Manitoba on a 1996 Skidoo. Here comes the 779 of Colton Kreutzer. What a race we have here. Kreutzer in the second spot. Now number 1, the 13 is second. That is John Hall out of Beausejour. 23 is Will Manchelenko. Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo, Manitoba on a 96 Skidoo. But right now it is all Colton Kreutzer on the 779 out of Drake, Saskatchewan. This one scheduled for 5 laps. Black flag coming out for the rider. On the 88, that is Curtis Cam. As your leader speeds on by. Second spot currently on the racetrack, John Hall. The 23 is third, Will Manchelenko. Your leader is the 779 of Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. And your winner is the 779 of Kreutzer. 13 in the second spot, John Hall, followed by the 23, Will Manchelenko, the 75, Ken Schwartz fourth, and the 179 of Jason Mackey in the 5th spot unofficially in race 35 of 54 on the day. About 19 to go here. Race 36, Sportsman 600s coming up. We're going to scratch the 44X of Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, out of this one. Scratch the 44X. Race 36, Sportsman 600, round 2, heat 2. The 08 is going to be Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden, Ontario. The 326 is Dustin Schwant from Fox Lake, Wisconsin. Riding the number 15 is Kyle Omachinski from Beausejour. The 46 is Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. And the 14 is Caden Temple from Grand Point, Manitoba. Our second heat in our Sportsman 600 class. Highly competitive drivers here getting set to go. And we're racing already. The 46 with a great start. That is Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario on the 2000 Polaris. Look at them race down the back chute. They are moving. Keep your eyes on the 326, Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. Good looking Arctic Cat out there. Kyle Omachinski in the top 3 and fighting for the lead. And no longer fighting for the lead as the 15 goes to the point spot. Here comes the Arctic Cat into second now. Dustin Schwant on the 326 from Fox Lake, Wisconsin on the 99 Arctic Cat will now challenge the 15 of Kyle Omachinski. Tadashori drops to the third spot on the number 46. 89 miles per hour on the previous lap. Omachinski doing a nice job up front, but he's got company. The Arctic Cat not giving up in the second spot as the 15 continues to lead. What a tight race for the first and second spot. Kyle Omachinski holding on thus far. And we've got one lap to go. Tadashori still in third in the 46, but a distant third. Brad Artimowicz fourth. Look at the battle in turn 3 and 4 now as they come down the front straightaway. Not going to be enough. Kyle Omachinski takes the win over the number 326 of Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake. Tadashori unofficially third in that battle. The 08, Brad Artimowicz coming home, as does Caden Temple in the top 5. Caden Temple on the number 14 out of Grand Point, Manitoba. 1996 Skidoo, unofficially 5th. Ooh, I see some more lights at trackside parking. What if we had a BB gun up here? Eh? What if we did? If you're in trackside parking, could you please shut your headlights off? Thank you very much. Got a black truck in the middle. I think that's the same black truck from, I don't know, 1971 with its headlights on. I think that's been going on all weekend. I think it's been going on since 1971, in fact. All right, we're just going through some lineup changes here. Just give me a second. All right, getting set to go here. Pro Formula 3, race 37. We need to scratch Calvin Cook, that an update, as well as the 92 of Haven Bouverette. 102 is Blaine Stevenson, the 29, Joey Birch, the 23 is Dakota Harris. Riding the 48 is Nick Wickerham, and the 220 is Gunnar Stern, and that looks like the 29 of Joey Birch hooked off the starting line. Well, it remains under green. Couple of sleds on the apron of turn number 1 and 2. One is gone now, refired. This is your Pro Formula 3 race, race number 37. A bit of a strange occurrence over there. 102 leads this one. That is Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing 102. 29 heading on by. That's Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Blaine Stevenson in command. The 48 in the second spot. Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. 95 miles per hour. 29 is slowing on the track. Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. White flag for the 102 of Stevenson. Next race up, if you're in staging, you should be Pro Formula 3 once again. Going Pro Formula 3 racing once again for race 38. (102) of Blaine Stevenson will take that checkers. 23, Dakota Harris out of Morley, Michigan in the second spot. All right, so looks like Tavish Perry is going to be in race 38, and we've got a story about that. He will also race in race 39, the Pro Formula 500 last chance qualifier. So after race 38 coming up, we will have to give Tavish Perry some time to get ready for race 39, just a couple of minutes. Still have headlights on the back straightaway with the black truck near the track entrance. Not sure if the speakers are loud enough over there. There's a good shot on cooldown.tv. Just having a Peter Jackson smoke, maybe. Can't find the light switch. He thinks the light on means the end of his cigarette. We're talking about his headlights. Race 38 coming up. So 85X is going to be Tavish Perry out of Eagle River. Riding the number 14 is Tanner Foss from Middle River. The 221 is Reed Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin. The 326 is Dustin Schwant. And the 39 is Tom Olson. We're going to scratch the 6 of Gavin Peterson from Chisago City, Minnesota out of race 38. Keep your eyes on Tom Olson out of Greenbush, the Wall Brothers Racing entry. He has been sharp all weekend. And the 39 with the hole shot. The Wall Brothers Racing FXR Walker Evan Shocks, number 39, first to the first turn and leads the pack here in this 5-lap race number 38 on the day. Reed Klinger second. Dustin Schwant on the 326 is third. This is race 38 on your schedule. Pro Formula 3, round 3, heat number 2 as your leaders come around. Wall Brothers Racing, number 39 is serious as he lifts that left front ski way up through 1 and 2. 98 miles per hour at the entrance to turn 1 for your race leader. Reed Klinger on the 2-2-1, holding on to that second spot, trying to close the gap up on the Wall Brothers Racing 39 of Tom Olson. That is a good race over there in turn 3 and 4. Tanner Foss on the 14 in the third spot. Tanner is out of Middle River, Minnesota. And look at this run into turn 3 and 4. We've got ourselves a race. It's going to be Tom Olson, Reed Klinger. Then the 14 of Tanner Foss. The 326 of Dustin Schwant. The 85X of Tavish Perry unofficially in your top 5 in that one. Now Tavish Perry on the 85X here in race 38, unofficially 5th, now has to hop on his Pro Formula 500 for race 39 coming up next. So we're going to give him just a couple of minutes here. And we'll go down to Brett Richter while we're doing that. Brett, are you available?
Hey, Darren, yeah, I just want to give you a quick update on a few things. Fred Mankey's sled took most of the damage, number 11 in the champs field. Took most of the damage to the left front. He's certainly sore in the leg area. Probably done for the rest of the day here. Just talked to Sabrina. She's okay. Still a little bit sore, but she's going out for her next heat here in one of the other support classes. And finally, had a chance to talk with Nick Wickerham after his F3 class. Said visibility is becoming a little bit of an issue because of the mist in the air, so there's a lot of wiping of shields and stuff going on, which is always a little bit concerning when you're taking your hands off the throttle and the brakes of these types of machines. So that's what we got from the pit area, Darren. Back to you.
Hey, thanks very much, Brett Richter. A great job as usual over there in the pit area and around the facility. Race 39, Pro Formula 500, last chance qualifier coming up. And here's how they line up. The 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Aboard the number 9 is Stefan Carignan from Winnipeg. The 113 is Hanno Westland from Strathcona. The 51 is Zach Onsen from Weston, Wisconsin. Riding the 34X out of Wisconsin is Cale Bellau. The 44 is Marley Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. The 7 is Marcus Caitlin from Merrill, Wisconsin. The 135 is Blair McDonald. The 85X, Tavish Perry. Tavish is out of Eagle River. You just saw him in the race 38 that just finished off. And the 14 is James Schneider from Beausejour. From one sled to another for the 85X of Tavish Perry out of Eagle River. And there's the 85X pulling up to the inside. 1990 Polaris is the 85X as we get set to go racing. Last chance qualifier. And here we go. 98 with a pretty strong start. That is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. This is race 39 on your schedule. Pro Formula 500 last chance qualifier action. We believe 3 are transferring to the main event coming up later on here today at the Co-op Community Complex. 98 is your leader. The 51 in the second spot is Zach Onsen out of Weston, Wisconsin. Having a nice ride so far. They need to be in the top 3 to qualify for the final. Lots of action, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th on the long back straightaway. 113H. In this race, Hannah Westland doing a nice job in the top 5. 81 miles per hour on the previous lap for the race leader. Green flag being displayed. The 98 continues to lead. Nick Worth. 51 in the 17 now, second and third. Zach Onsen and the 17. Is it 17? It's not 17. White flag, just one to go now. All right, that'll do it for that one. Now we're trying to figure out the 17 right there. Don't know if that is Jared Sackvey. It's not on our lineup sheets. We're trying to find. There's no 17 on our lineup sheets here. However, looks like it is the 85X, you think? That got the new. Oh, you think? Well, okay, we'll try to find out for you. But there's no 17 on our lineup sheets, so. That 17, of course, appeared to be in the top 3, so we need to check that one out to see who's advancing. Or we can wait till the final and see if that 17's in, and hopefully we've got a rider's name and number on that one for the Pro Formula 500 final later on. But that one was the last chance qualifier where you had to finish in the top 3 to get the job done into the final. Race 40, this is a final. Supermod 440 free air and liquid. 5-lap final. The 65 is going to be Norm Chura out of Enola, Manitoba on a 73 Polaris. And scheduled to start in this one as well is the 79 Sabrina Blanchette, who was recently involved in a crash. However, we'll see if she makes it out. The 223 is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. This is a 1981 Kawasaki. The 20 is Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. And this 867 is Jonathan Bushby. What appears to be Colbert, Washington. That's a long way if that's the case. Well, if you're watching CoolDown.tv, a good look at the veteran right there, the 65 Norm Chura out of Enola, 73 Polaris. There's a good looking Kawasaki. Number 223, that is Adam Braun. The 20 right there as well, Luke Lacasse. As we get set to go racing, race number 40, this is a final. Supermod 440 free air and liquid cooled. And leading it is the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette. What a brave gal after getting in a crash just maybe about 6 or 7 races ago. She is back and flying here. Tension in the pit area. Next up, race 41, the Women's Formula 500. Then race 42, Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan. Then the ATV Opens hit the track before a grooming break. Sabrina Blanchette leads it. Number 20 in the second spot is Luke Lacasse. 65 Norm Chura on the gas as they head on down the back straightaway here in this 5-lap race. Blanchette extending the lead on the number 20. Chura still third. 867 is Jonathan Bushby out of Colbert, Washington. Taking off the laps here as your leader around to take the white flag. 1 to go for Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette. Luke Lacasse and Norm Chura in the top 3. Jonathan Bushby. Then the 2-2-3 in the 5th spot is Adam Braun. Adam Braun on the Kawasaki, currently 5th. Not much doubt about this one. Your winner is the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette, followed by the number 20. That's Luke Lacasse. Then Norm Chura on the number 65 out of Enola. Jonathan Bushby on the 867 is followed by the 2-2-3 of Adam Braun. That is your top 5 and your only 5 in race number 40 in the Supermod 440 Free Air Liquid Final. Race 41 on deck. Women's Formula 500 action set to come your way. That is a final for 5 laps. Race 41 of 54 on the day. All right, we understand the 30 of Jocelyn Rathke is a scratch from this one. And are we missing Marley Peterson maybe? What do we have left? A total of 4. We should have the 757 of Hannah Cook, the 113 of Hannah Westland, the 11 of Jennifer George out of Princeton, and the 434 Miranda Peterson. We'll see who gets to the line here. There were a couple scratches there at the end. Well, the 44 is out there, you're saying, so the 44 is not a scratch. Might be Miranda Peterson, 434. That's who it probably is. All right, here we go. And we're racing. A great start for the 113 of Hannah Westland. Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota on the move here. This will be 4 laps, we are told, reduced to 4 laps as a result of a couple of scratches in race 41, your Women's Formula 500 final. Hannah Westland showing the way. Jennifer George is on the 11 out of Princeton, Minnesota, having a good battle. Laps ticking off here. Hannah Westland on the 113, untouchable so far. Marley Peterson on the 44 in the second spot, looking good. 78 miles per hour on the last circuit. 757 of Hannah Cook off the pace out of Dayton, Minnesota in turn 1. White flag for your race leader. That is the 113 of Hannah Westland. Marley Peterson on the 44, unable to strike at the leader thus far. And checkered flag is waving on the front straightaway. Your winner is going to be the 113 of Hannah Westland. Second spot to the 44, that is Marley Peterson. The 11 is Jennifer George out of Princeton, Minnesota on an 89 Polaris, and that will do it in your top 3 in the Women's Formula 500 final. Next up, another 5-lap final for the Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan class. As the rest of the competitors come across, that is, of course, the 757 of Hannah Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on the Polaris, finishing up in the Women's Formula 500 class. All right, race number 42 on your schedule of 54 on the day. Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan final for 5 laps as Riley Baker awaits their arrival. Looks like the 501 is scheduled to be scratched here. That's Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve. 14 is JJ Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan on an 81 Yamaha. The 57 is Sean Bruce out of Richer, Manitoba. 47, this is Danny Leonard from Beausejour. The 15 is Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. That is a 76 Mercury. On a 1978 Yamaha, the 75 is Ken Schwartz, and Tony Autumn is scheduled to be on the number 41, and this is a 76 Polaris, not an Arctic Cat as indicated on the lineup sheets. Good start for the number 15 on the outside. That is Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota, as they battle into turn 1 and 2. Tension in the staging area. We should have all of the ATV Open competitors over there, and then we'll go to a grooming break following. Action in turn 3 and 4 now. '57 has taken over the lead from the 15. The 57, of course, is Sean Bruce out of Richer. Leaving the Mackinac, North Dakota, number 15, Sheldon Carlson in the second spot. Last call for ATV Open competitors. Tony Autumn on the Polaris. The 75 is Ken Schwartz on a Yamaha. Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie on the number 75, battling in the top 5 here. Some close racing going on the back chute. Sean Bruce, your leader, with about a half a straightaway lead. Ken Schwartz on the 75, second. Tony Autumn, third. Rider slowing in turn 1 and 2 now. As second and third heading down the back straightaway, about the middle of the back straightaway now is your leader already coming out of turn 4. Sean Bruce winning this one, going away. Ken Schwartz second, Tony Autumn third. Number 47 is Danny Leonard out of Beausejour on the 76 Yamaha, well back in the field here. Your winner, the 57, is Sean Bruce out of Richer, Manitoba. 76 Mercury taking the victory. 75 and the 41 will finish second and third. That is Ken Schwartz and Tony Autumn out of Milton, North Dakota on the 76 Polaris. That is your top three in the Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan class. Across the line now, Danny Leonard, fourth out of Beausejour. That'll do it for race number 42. ATVs coming up next before a grooming break. All right, here we go with race number 43. We believe no one has been scratched. So the number 14 is going to be Nick Campbell out of Beausejour. 29 is Corey Johnson from Garson, Manitoba. Riding out of Steinbach is the 20 of Peter Friesen. 26 is Kristen Campbell from Beausejour. Also out of Beausejour on a 2008 KTM, the 65X is Cody Whitechuck. The 25 is Tyler Verbruge from Tyndall. Riding the 43 out of Beausejour is Rob Clark. Mike Verbruge is on the 22, and the 44 out of Beausejour is Ethan Clark. Ethan Clark on the 44 from Beausejour, Manitoba, getting set to go here. Race number 43. Next up, a grooming break courtesy of Cubex. Getting set to go. Great start for the 29 and the 44. Ethan Clark on the 44. The 29 is Corey Johnson. Getting off the line very, very quickly, and that's what you need to do to get into that first turn with limited traffic. We do have a scratch. Can't make out the number on that one. We do have a scratch already at the starting line. In the third spot is the number 43. That is Rob Clark out of Beausejour. 29, 44, 43. Looks like third place losing some steam down the back straightaway and gets passed by a couple of riders at least. Possibly more by the time he leaves turn 3 and 4. .44 with a run. That is Ethan Clark. There is the 65X, Cody Whitechuck. Out of Beausejour, looking good in the third spot currently. 71 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader. Green flag being displayed. 29 and the 44 continue to battle up front. Whitechuck, then the number 14. That is Nick Campbell in the fourth spot. Good battle on the racetrack for fourth and fifth now in turn 2, as the leaders already in turn 3 and 4. White flag coming out this time around. Here comes the number 44 like a freight train into turn 1 and 2. Almost contact on the number 29. Side by side, the 29 and the 44. The 44 goes on by. Look at this battle. This is going to be a close one. Looks like the 29 is going to take the win. That is Corey Johnson over the 44 of Ethan Clark. Whitechuck on the 65 with a nice run. Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour on a 2008 KTM. The number 65X will finish third unofficially in the ATV Open Division. Peter Friesen out of Steinbach. Off to the pit area after crossing the finish line. And now it is time for another Cubex intermission break. You can get on over to the Moose Den. Check out our merchandise. Great Christmas gifts available over at the Moose Den. Grab yourself an ice cold Moosehead or Twisted Tea. Concession area remains open. We're going to be back with you momentarily right here at the Co-op Community Complex.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
I feel like I replicate him a little bit at Eagle River. Here, I haven't done a whole lot of just watching per se to see how people drive.
Brett Richter here at the CPTC Community Co-op Complex in Beausejour, Manitoba, ready for race weekend. Overlooking the big half-mile oval track here in Beausejour. They've done a fantastic job getting the facility ready for the weekend. They've had some snow, but some great cold temperatures and made one heck of a track. And on that track is some of the best ice oval racers that the country has, North America has, really, to be honest. And I'm lucky enough to be sitting here with the driver of the number 6 Pro Champ and the number 6 F3, Mr. Gavin Peterson.
How's it going, Brett?
It's going fantastic. How about you?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, this is the hardest thing I have to do all weekend. I don't know about you.
Yeah. Let's ride the snowmobile.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. A little nervous, but
yeah.
We'll see.
You've been a good off season for you. I know you do a lot of bike riding and the motorcycle riding.
Yeah, I did a lot of dirt biking this summer, just around home. Went down to Florida here a couple weeks ago, Mini-O's, just to watch it and ride. But check that out, and yeah. We're ready, we're prepared, sleds are good, so it should be a good weekend.
Good. I don't think people understand really the physical requirement it takes to race, especially two classes of this caliber over the course of the weekend. What type of physical shape do you really need to be in to do this and do it well?
I mean, the physical shape, you definitely need to have some stamina for sure, especially for like the 15-lap finals and champ. It's tough to hold onto the sled, especially going 100 miles an hour into a corner. It's tough to hold onto that handlebar coming in. But definitely doing a lot of like forearm workout. And riding dirt bikes has honestly been the best thing for me. So just keep getting that heart rate up. You can't replicate it, you know, especially in the gym.
I've always been surprised, I shouldn't be surprised, but I have been, that when I talk with drivers that have finished a final and they're down at the podium on the front stretch, they're physically sweating. You see the steam coming off the forehead. It doesn't look like that much of a workout to the spectators, but what are we missing?
But you're coming into the corner, you fight everything, because the sled doesn't want to go where you want to go. So you're fighting everything about it, you're moving your body around, and the G-force load coming into is really something incredible. You got to ride it to experience it.
Is that core strength that you need for that kind of stuff?
It's core strength, a lot of forearms to hold onto the handlebar. Like when I was little, I used to, roll over to the right every once in a while because my hands would blow off. But gotten better over the last few years and just stuff like that.
Is the ride on the F3 substantially different than the Champ?
Oh, 100%. Two totally different sleds. The F3 is a tank. It weighs 150 pounds more than the Champ. Just rides like a ton of bricks. Do
you have a preference?
I'd like to say I like the F3 more, but it all depends where we're at. Like this track here, I definitely like the Champ a lot more, just because it's flat, smooth, there's no bumps. But Eagle River, it's a lot tighter. You got to come in, you got to use the brakes. Where at the F3, you have to use the brakes to drive it. And I like a rough track too. It just makes it more challenging. So they go hand in hand, back and forth. Depends where you're at.
Sure. Blaine Stevenson once told me that the rougher the track, the better, because he thought it brought the driver more to the forefront and less of the sled. You kind of agree with that?
Right. Yeah. You gotta drive where there's no bumps. So you gotta change up your line.
On a track like this, how much are you on the throttle, off the throttle on your Champ sled? Are you mostly on?
95% of the time, I'd say you're on the throttle. I'd say most of the time I just hold the throttle on and hit the brake to kind of slow down. Just have different driving style.
Sure. Do you have a driving style you try to emulate? You got somebody that you've watched and that you like?
I used to watch Blaine a lot at Eagle River. I feel like I replicate him a little bit at Eagle River. Here, I haven't done a whole lot of just watching per se to see how people drive, because this is only our third year here. So still got some learning to do, but I've kind of picked up on some things that I want to try this weekend and see how it works.
You going to try that in practice, or you going to wait for the heat race and try it?
Oh, I'm going to try it all weekend, so I had a bunch of stuff I've been looking at.
That's good to hear. The level of competition looks pretty stiff.
Yeah, there's some fast guys for sure. Last year we struggled with speed and couldn't get any mile an hour on the top. Our whole shots were really good, but we seem to have found something on the test track the last couple days. We've got some good mile an hour, so we'll see how it goes.
So what's a successful weekend for Gavin Peterson and his racing team at the end of the week?
A successful weekend is everybody's happy in the trailer, nobody's butting heads. We made both finals for Champ, hopefully not an LCQ in there, and top 5 in the F3.
That's a lofty goal, because there's some big hitters out there.
Yeah.
When you come off the track, who are you talking to say, I want the sled to do this, it didn't do that? Who's that person?
Definitely my dad. We go right into the trailer, write it down on the wall, what needs to get changed, what I feel like should be done. I'll talk to my dad, and then my one mechanic, Dusty, he does like all our clutching, everything on the sled, I'll be honest. And then there's also my Uncle John, he comes with us. He's been coming with since I started, probably 10 years ago now. We've been doing it since the little sleds, and both them guys have been coming with, and dream team, we call it.
That's good. Does your dad get you? Does he understand what you're looking for, or is there still a little bit of communication where you can't quite?
Yeah, It all depends, kind of. Like most of the time, he'll look at something and see it's high siding somewhere, or looks a little loose, and he'll do something and not even tell me, and then I'll go out there, hey, it's a little better here, and he's like, yeah, I did this, and I'll say, hey, it's pushing coming in a little bit, and then he'll say, well, it doesn't look like it is, and we'll kind of go back and forth to decipher what really needs to be done.
Interesting. It's good to have that level of communication that you can understand somebody at that level and make those kind of things happen.
Right.
You were talking to me a little bit about your helmet here before we got started and some of the things you've done just to personalize it. Tell me a little bit about some of the things that you've done again so we can see those.
Well, really it's just a base FXR 60 ATR2, but I just taped this whole front nose piece here because the roofs will come in, hit your nose, especially on the sides here mainly. And I'll tape the vents up too so that cold air doesn't come in.
Yeah, the roofs only happen if you're behind somebody.
Yeah, which I did a lot of that last year, so we're hoping to fix that.
Hopefully you don't need that adjustment.
Yeah, right. Hopefully we can just take it off here eventually.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That'd be ideal.
So, takes a lot of people to get you to the racetrack every weekend. Who do you want to thank?
I'd first like to thank my dad, especially. He's supported me since day one. Dusty, my Uncle John, Milt Reimer from FXR. He helps me out a ton. Woody's Traction. I'd also like to thank Bikeman Performance. There's one more or two I can't think of.
That's all right. Not a problem. If you think of it, let me know. We'll try and squeeze it in somewhere. So let's wrap this up. We're going to give you the FXR Fast 10. And since you're 17 and technically single, we're going to do the relationship one. You ready?
Yeah.
You prefer blondes or brunettes?
Brunettes.
Boxers or briefs?
Briefs.
Prefer hugs or kisses?
Hugs.
That was a Hershey's question. Do you know that?
Oh, yeah.
Dimples or freckles?
Dimples.
Leggings or jeans?
Leggings.
Tattoos or piercings?
Piercings.
What's worse, bad breath or body odor?
Body odor.
You prefer brains or beauty?
Brains for sure.
You a night owl or an early riser?
Depends on the day.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Reese's for sure.
Yeah, good answer, because we've had some challenges with that today, just so you know.
Yeah.
So,
Go look at my truck. That'll prove it.
All right, that's good to know. Yeah. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Be safe. Hopefully you got a long season in front of you, and with some success and some podiums, and get moving up to the top of the list there.
That's what we're hoping for. So
all right.
I appreciate it.
Good luck. Gavin Peterson, driver of the number 6 in Pro Champ and Formula 3.
here to the complex, getting ready to go racing here. This is race 44 on your schedule of 54 Junior 2 Sprint 600s for 14 to 17-year-olds. This is the final. Carson Peterson is out of Lancaster on the 43, and the C21 is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. Junior 2 Sprint 600s on the track. We will race 44 through 53 here on your schedule. Races 44 through 53, then take another grooming break and come back with our premier class for race 54 and the final race of the weekend, the Pro Champ 440 final. Century 21 entry of Brandon Christensen is out of Neenah, Wisconsin, looking pretty good on that 23 wall chassis. Next up, attention in the pit area, the Pro Formula 3 final. Then we'll move to race 46, which will be the IFS 340X final, then the Pro Formula 500 final. And checkered flag is out. That will do it for that one in a hurry. The race 44 Junior Sprint 600 class for 14 to 17-year-olds is done. The Century 21 entry of Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin takes it on the 2023 wall chassis. Second spot, Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota on the 23 Brian Burkle chassis. All right, we are getting our lineup now for race 45, Pro Formula 3 final. The number 39 out of Greenbush is going to be Tom Olson. He is sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. Also from the same stable, the 102, a teammate is Blaine Stevenson out of the Wall Brothers Racing Camp in Greenbush, Minnesota. The 29 is Joey Birch from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Riding the 14, this is Tanner Foss from Middle River, Minnesota. And out of West Chicago, Illinois is G-Money Gunnar Stern on the 220. That is a 23 Skidoo. The 221 is going to be Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. The 23 is Dakota Harris from Morley, Michigan. The 48 is Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. The 85X, this is Tavish Perry. And the 326 is Dustin Schwant. Dustin Schwant is out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin on a 2023 Arctic Cat. Headlights in the corners once again on trackside parking. If you could please turn your headlights out in turn number 3. No headlights on whatsoever, please, around trackside parking if you're listening in on 88.5 FM. Looks like he might be standing outside of that truck with the headlights on. See, if you got the headlights on, you'd figure you'd be sitting in the thing warming up. But now, with the headlights on and the truck running, being outside doesn't really make much sense. However, there's a good shot on cooldown.tv. Hey, you, turn those lights off. Let's go. Trying to get a license number over there. Need to get those headlights turned off in turn number 3. Run over there, Anthony, and cut that battery cable. What do you think? It's a bit of a stretch. You're right. Oh, we're off. All right. Just in time. All right, we have been through the lineup for race 45. Pro Formula 3's 10-lap final coming your way. This is the World Championship class at Eagle River. So many of the pros from the Pro Champs are on these sleds. Race number 45 on your schedule, set to go. It is going to get tight in turn number 1 in a hurry here. We have lots of sleds competing in race 45. Pro Formula 3 final for 10 laps coming your way. Looking quite smooth already through turn 1 and 2. No incidents thus far in this 10-lap Pro Formula 3 final. Tom Olsen in the number 1 spot. Racing into turn 3 and 4 now here in this 10-lap race. This is the final for the Pro Formula 3s. 221 is in the second spot. That is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. And we've got a red flag on the track. Well, someone went flying in turn number 1 and 2 as we get our safety crew over to turn 1 and 2 now. Removing the sled from the bales. I just saw the tail end of that, but it is so busy on this racetrack with so many sleds. We will see if we can get a cooldown.tv replay by chance here in this 10-lap Pro Formula 3 final. Here's a shot down the front straightaway on cooldown.tv. 221 is in the second spot. Oh, boy, yeah, Tom Olsen on the 39. Got a little bit crooked, a little bit sideways, and collected the 221, who went right into the bales. That's what I'm seeing on the replay. And that 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. It's kind of nowhere to go. These things are just flying down the racetrack, and little bobble in front of you can result in a big-time crash, and I think that's exactly what happened as Tom Olsen's 39 ski comes off. Bobbles just a bit, and that causes a chain reaction behind him, the 221 into the bales. That is a tough, tough break. Reed Klinger on the 221 has been very competitive in this class, and we're going to find out now on the radio momentarily on whether or not the 221 of Reed Klinger will be back. Trying to figure that out right now on the radio are our officials. All right, looking at the schedule here. Next up will be race 46, the IFS 340X final. That'll be 5 laps. Then we'll move to race 47, Pro Formula 500 final. Then race 48 is for the Outlaw 600s. That also is a final. Then the Sportsman 600 final. Pro Lights. Then race 51 will be your Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Supermod 340 Liquid. Then we've got the Ice Bite Open for race 52. That'll be shortened to 3 laps. Race 53 will be the Junior 2F 500s, and then a grooming break, and then we come back with race 54 in the Pro Champ 440 final class. You'll see a lot of these riders that are out here now in the Pro Formula 3 class return for race 54. So still getting the mess cleaned up in turns number 1 and 2. Now's a great time to thank our fantastic volunteers here at the Co-op Community Complex, working their tails off, well, not just all weekend long, but weeks up to this event. Looking forward to getting back here in March for the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Log on to cptcracing.com throughout the winter months to keep abreast of what's going on here at the facility. Want to thank all our great crew from cooldown.tv, bringing you the action on the World Wide Web, and all of you fans for attending live here. What a great weekend it's been here in Beausejour. Sounds like the 221 of Reed Klinger will not return. 221 Reed Klinger has opted not to return to this particular Pro Formula 3 final. Just heard Riley Baker announce that on our officials radio. So we should be set to go here momentarily as Riley returns to the start-finish line. Track is almost clear. Again, coming up next after this race, IFS 340X final. There's Riley with the green flag, so he's ready. And we'll fire him up and bring him back to the starting line here for some more action. Okay, it's sounding like we got 2 laps in that one, so we've got 2 laps down and 8 to go in this 10-lap main event for the Pro Formula 3s. 2 down, 8 to go. Okay, I will change that for you, John. Race 46 has now been changed to 4 laps. We will re-announce that when we get to race 46. That'll be your IFS 340X final for 4 laps now, not 5 as indicated. All right, looking forward to the restart here, and here it comes. We are getting close now. 39 of Tom Olson to the line. There's the 29. That is Joey Birch. .220 Gunnar Stern up to join the party. Dakota Harris on the number 23 out of Morley, Michigan. As the sleds begin to snarl on the starting line, we're getting set to go for 8 more times around. And here we go. Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing 39, first to the first turn and leading down the back straightaway here as they sort themselves out going into turn 3 and 4. This is your Pro Formula 3 final. Joey Birch in the second spot. G-Money Gunnar Stern third on the 220. Good action here in the top 4 in turn 3. In the 4th spot, the Wall Brothers Racing 102. That is Blaine Stevenson. He'll be looking to get in the top 3 here momentarily. Birch on the 29 trying to close the gap up on Tom Olson, who lifts the left front ski once again in turn 1 and 2. But that sled is flying. .39 slowing slightly on the front chute. And losing position down to third now. Here's the battle down the front chute. 29 is leading, Gunnar Stern second, Tom Olson third. Gunnar Stern might be on the move here. He is currently second and looking at the tail light of the leader. Tom Olson looking on from the third spot. White flag, 1 to go. And the 220 of Gunnar Stern is all over the leader. What a race we've got down the back chute. Take a look into turn number 3 and 4 now. It has all come down to this. Your winner is going to be Birch on the 29, followed by Stern, the 39 of Olson, Stevenson, and the 14 of Tanner Foss, 5th. Wow, what a race. That was a good one. Well worth waiting for. A fantastic job. 220 of Gunnar Stern looking awful strong. Maybe needed one more lap to get that job done. Gunnar Stern G-Money out of West Chicago, Illinois comes up just slightly short, but of course we'll be back for the Pro Champ final, which is race 54. Here we go for 4 laps, not 5, as indicated on your lineup sheet. Race 46, 4 laps. The 35 is Dylan Barron out of Enola. The 20 is Luke Lacasse from Hanmer, Ontario. 13 is Dale Hunter out of Woodstock. The 80 is Joe Presta from Whitemouth. That is your lineup for your IFS 340X 4-lap final. Next up will be race 47, Pro Formula 500 final. And here we go. Drag racing into turns 1 and 2, just 4 on the track. 4 laps is the distance here in your IFS 340X Sunday final. .35 of Dylan Barron up front there, battling with the number 20 of Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. That is a great race. 84 miles per hour on the previous lap, and a rider slowing on the back chute but gets back on the throttle now as your leaders coming out of turn number 4. Dylan Barron on the 35, 20, then Joe Presta on the number 80. White flag will be out this time around for your race leader in the IFS 340X class. And there he is, Dylan Barron. Then the 20, then the 80 of Presta, but your leader is now Dylan Barron on the 35. Dylan Barron is out of Enola, Manitoba on the 1979 Skidoo, looking to get the job done here. And he'll get it done. Dylan Barron takes the win. Second spot is the 20 of Luke Lacasse. The 80 Joe Presta coming home third. Dale Hunter out of Woodstock on the motorski fourth on the number 13 unofficially in race number 46, the IFS 340X class. Race 47 set to come your way, the Pro Formula 500 7-lap final. And here's how they line up. We have got a full lineup here. The number 9 is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. The 29 is Brad Harrison from Enola. The 21 is Zach Rogers from Wausau. The 113 is Kendra Westland from Strathcona, Minnesota. Out of Wisconsin is the 99 of Connor Bauman. The 48X from Eagle River is Rich Mork. Riding the 22A is Colton Abraham out of Wausau. The 54 is Tom Keelback out of Tyndall. Aboard the 720 out of Hillsdale, Ontario. The 720 is Peter Jackson. The 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 17 is Jared Zachvey. And the 51 is Zach Onsen out of Weston, Wisconsin. Zach Onsen out of Weston, Wisconsin on the number 51. Race 47 on the schedule. The Pro Formula 500 final. This one is going to be competitive. We know that. Race 47 almost set to go here. Riley Baker looking him over here. Race 47, your Pro Formula 500 final. Getting set to go for FXR. Oop, we got some jumpers. We'll try that one again. Working on race 47. Race 48 will be the Outlaw 600s. You need to be in staging. If you are in the Outlaw 600 class, race 49 will be the Sportsman 600 final for 7 laps. So if you're in those next 2 races, please be in staging and ready to go. All right, 2 rows in this restart. After some jumpers getting a little excited, and we're green once again. Nice job by all the riders in turn 1 and 2 as they speed down the back straightaway. Pretty clean start by the looks of things. Side-by-side battle, and we have got a crash. Turn 4 into the bales. I believe the rider is already up by the looks of things. Can sort of see the sled on camera there, but not quite enough to see the number on the sled. Rider is being attended to. And we will check things out at the exit of turn number 4 on the front straightaway wall and get a report back to you just as soon as we can. Working on race number 47, the Pro Formula 500s. As our recovery sleds, Johnny on the spot to take care of that situation in turn 4. A little bit of trouble getting into this race 47 so far with a restart. And it looks like we are going to have the Criticare EMS come out for an evaluation. So we could be a couple of minutes here. Of course, safety is first at all of our events here in Beausejour. So we will take a minute out to evaluate here and get an official report for you just as soon as we can. Total of 54 races on our schedule. We are on race 47 if you're tuning in just now on the World Wide Web to our cooldown.tv production. Working race 47. Race 48 will be the Outlaw 600s. Race 49, the Sportsman 600 final. Those are your next two races up. Well, it looks like that is the number 17 on the front chute. We will confirm that for you just as soon as we can. It is up on the recovery sled. And we understand the rider is okay. That is great news from turn number 4. Jared Zachvey on the number 17, involved in that one. As we take a look at the cooldown.tv replay. Ooh, slid way up, yep. And the sled just missed him. That is fortunate, I'll tell you what. Well, some great camera work being provided once again by cooldown.tv. Here's another angle. Where are we looking? There it is. It starts right there. Right there, yeah. It looks like that, yep. Hard turn to the right. Zachvey into the bales, the sled, catapulting down the track, and yeah, they ended up about 6 feet apart, which is fortunate. So I'm not sure if Jared will take a quick trip in the ambulance for precautionary purposes, but the rider is okay. A little bit of a limp. Can pick him up on camera on the other side of the ambulance heading back. So tough run for Jared Zachvey on the number 17. Good to see he is okay and hopping in one of our recovery vehicles. Great news from turn number 4. There's Stefan Carrigan, rider of the number 9. He is a full-time paramedic and just making sure everything is going well over there. He has assisted at many accident scenes over the years, and Stefan Carrigan, one of the nicest guys in the sport, and what a job he does to assist the paramedics out here when needed. Sounds like we're getting the track clear and ready to go once again. How about a hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Jared Zachvey? Great to see he's okay. Race 47, Pro Formula 500s on track and had a false start, then a crash. This is a 7-lap race, and we're still trying to get through it here, but we will certainly and get on with race number 48. And if you're in the pit area, race 48 will be the Outlaw 600s. A running start in that one. Race 49, Sportsman 600 final. Race 50, the Pro Lights. Race 51 are the Pro Mods. Race 52, the Ice Bikes. Then race 53, the Junior 1 and 2 F500 class. Then a quick grooming break. And then we will go to the final race of the weekend. Race 54, your Pro Champ 440 final for FXR. All right, we will try this restart once again here in race number 47. Nice job in the previous race, in race 46, the IFS 340X class. Dylan Barron out of Enola, Manitoba, taking that one on the 79 Skidoo. Those are cool sleds, those IFS 340Xs, and Barron getting the job done, getting that 79 Skidoo around the racetrack in first spot. Brad Harrison out of Enola on the number 29 rolling up. He is sponsored by Triton Mechanical and Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. Good looking number 29. There is the 9 of Dane Klinger. Dane Klinger is out of Athens, Wisconsin. The 21 coming up, Zach Rogers out of Wausau. Kendra Westland on the 113, the 99. That is the purple 99 of Connor Bauman. Rich Mork out of Eagle River on the red 48X. 720, Peter Jackson. The 22 is there. Colton Abraham, the 54. Tom Keelback in the 98 as well as Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin, getting ready to go. And here we go. We are racing. And it looks like the 29 of Brad Harrison with the whole shot. 22 is right there as well. That is Colton Abraham on the 22A. Might be getting a little bit bumpy in turns 3 and 4 now. Keep your eyes on that number 9 of Dane Klinger. He is quick. Putting on some pressure now in the top 3. Rider slowing now on the back chute. Can't make out the number from this vantage point, but looks like that rider is safely to the outside of the track in turn 3 now. 22 followed by the 9. Those are your top 2 so far. Colton Abraham and Dane Klinger showing the way here on this big, fast half-mile oval in Beausejour. Now known as the Co-op Community Complex. Zach Rogers in the 3rd spot. He is out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 99 is Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin, and he is 4th. Here's your leaders. 99 into the 3rd spot. Connor Bauman being pressed by the number 98 of Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Got some good racing here in this one, as we expected in the Pro Formula 500 final. 1st and 2nd are getting at it. 3rd, 4th, and 5th also in a great battle. 2 to go. 98 and the 99 are side by side with the 98 taking the 3rd spot. Nick Kurth out of Wausau. Pretty strong there down the front chute. .81 miles per hour as the white flag indicating 1 lap comes out. Here's the race for the number 1 spot, the 22A. Still in the lead, that is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. And checkers are out. It's going to be the 22A, followed by Klinger, the 98, the 99, and the 21. In 5th, that is Zach Rogers in the 5th spot, unofficially. Zachary Rogers on the 21 out of Wausau, Wisconsin, finishing 5th, but what a great race that was in our 7-lap final. Took a while to get done, but race 47 is now officially in the books, and we'll have the official results posted online here on cooldown.tv as soon as they are officially available. All right, Anthony from cooldown.tv. Oh, we've got the 29 stopped on the racetrack. 29 sponsored by Triton Mechanical and Big Smoke Barbecue. Tough break. Brad Harrison, good-looking sled. He'll drag that one up himself onto the recovery sleigh. That 29 has been pretty strong all weekend long and stopped now on the racetrack. We will go through the Outlaw 600 class because they do a rolling start, and we won't have time if they come out. So the 19 is going to be Chris Plasky. The 18 is Raya Plasky, both drivers out of St. Germain. The 4 is Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. The 36 is Tom Stoltman. And the 1 is going to be Joe Schneider, a former dirt track sprint car driver is Joe Schneider. In the number 1 out of St. Germain, that is a 2018 Outlaw 600 chassis set to come your way in race 48. Outlaw 600s be your final for 5 laps. Outlaw 600s getting ready to leave the staging area. These Outlaw 600s have to weigh 875 pounds with driver. They run a slightly modified 600cc engine. You can't do too much crazy to them. You can learn more about them at outlaw600.com online, but it is a great class for those of you that want seat belts and a roll cage on a snowmobile. Not a real bad idea. I think if I ever came to oval snowmobile racing, I think it might be the Outlaw 600 class. This kind of makes sense. Sorry about that, Anthony. Trying to throw a piece of paper in the garbage, and I didn't realize your head was that big, so it's not my aim. It wasn't my aim. Always a good time up here in the booth with Anthony from cooldown.tv. Getting set to go, Outlaw 600 racing, and here we go. Joe Schneider takes the early lead with Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa in the second spot. This final scheduled for 5 laps. Couple of Plaskies, 3rd and 4th on the track. Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, showing the way with Ronald Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. Ronald uses an Eagle Outlaw chassis. Right now it is all Joe Schneider in the number 1. We are racing in the Outlaw 600s with Schneider up front. Ron Teroff trying to hold on to that second spot. Oh, we've got a rollover on the back chute out of turn number 2. We will go red here in the Outlaw 600 class, as that driver is in the bails. I don't know if that thing went over completely and righted itself or what happened. We're going to try to get a replay on that one, but there's the driver. Driver is okay. Now we just got to get a number to see who that driver is. There's the 1, the 4, the 18. I think that might be the 19. The 19 of Chris Plasky, I do believe that is, out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Oh, yeah. Went on its side. Came up the berm and came right back down on the skis. So not as bad as I initially thought. And that is the number 19. Let's take another angle on it if we can, Anthony. Can we find another angle on that crash?
Yeah, just like how you throw your garbage.
There's a great angle on the 19. Coming up on the berm, collecting some snow. Up and over goes the number 19 on its side, slides in. There's where you want the seat belts and the roll cage. The driver fared very well there. So the 19 is fired up, but which way will it go? Will it go? Oh, it's going to the pit area. All right. So I think that'll do it for the number 19 of Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. There's a 2023 Eagle chassis heading back to the pit area. We'll be looking to refire the Outlaws and finish this race off. Race 48 on your daily schedule. Race 48 of 54 on the day. All right, so they are at the exit to the pit area over in turn 2. See the number 36 of Thomas Stoltman out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, sitting there with the number 18 of Plasky out of St. Germain. So they're going to try to coordinate this as a rolling start, just as they did the original start, single file style. I would have to imagine they would do it in that style. Bale work still being done in turn number 2 on the back chute, so we will await that repair work. Again, hats off to our great volunteers here at the Co-op Community Complex for working their tails off all weekend long. There's over 4,000 bales located throughout the facility, so that's a lot of hucking of bales here to get ready for a event of this magnitude. We are back in March. You can log on to cptcracing.com for all the information throughout the winter, and you can follow the USSA Pro Star Tour as well online. Lots of resources on the computer for snowmobile racing. Whether you like ice oval racing or snowcross racing, it's all available online. All right, sounds like they're fired up now and getting ready to go here. So we will line them up as they were on the previous lap before the crash. Should be the 1 and the 4. There goes the 1, there goes the 4. The 36 and the 18. And our flag man is ready. Less than a handful of laps here in this final in the Outlaw 600 division. As your leader, the number 1 setting the pace out of turn number 4. And green flag is waving. Here we go. Nice smooth corner for Joe Schneider in the number 1 entry. Very smooth and gained a couple of lengths on second place Ron Teroff on that restart. White flag coming out. 1 to go for Joe Schneider. Plasky challenging Teroff for the second spot here. Look at the battle in turn number 3. Tear-off slides up a little bit. Oh, and we've got a spinner. Plasky goes around. Your winner is going to be Joe Schneider in the 1, followed by Tear-off. And who's going to take third? Ooh, that was a close one. Might be the 36 of Tom Stoltman out of St. Germain. That was very close with Plasky at the finish line. But number 1 of Joe Schneider out of St. Germain takes the win in his 2018 Outlaw 600 chassis. Race 49 on deck. We'll bring you that momentarily. Race 49 coming up. Sportsman 600 finals, 7 laps. The 15 is going to be Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. The 326 is Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. The 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. And the 13 is out of Beausejour. This is John Hall. The 46 is Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie. The 23, this is Will Manchelenko from St. Malo, Manitoba. Out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, the 75 is Ken Schwartz. Driving the 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. 08 is Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden. And the 14 is Caden Temple from Grand Point, Manitoba. That is your lineup for the Sportsman 600 final. These sleds get around the track real good. There's Brad Artimowicz on the 08 on the outside, alongside Jason Mackey, the 179. And green flag, here we go. Michael Tadashori on the number 46 gets his usual great start, but as usual, the 15 is flying out there already. That is Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour, currently second, but looking to pass the leader already. 23 in the third spot is Will Manchelenko. There's the 779 of Colton Kreutzer in the top 5. What a race. The 15 of Omachinski now challenging the leader and goes on by. Michael Tadashori dropping to the second spot. 779 of Kreutzer right there in fourth. And that good-looking Arctic Cat of Dustin Schwant is fourth out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. Eyes on the 326. Dustin Schwant is moving, challenging now the 46 of Tadashori. This Sportsman 600 final scheduled for 7 laps. Tadashori battling with the Arctic Cat rider, who is battling with the 779. Look at this race. It is awesome. Dustin Schwant on the Arctic Cat. Pretty quick. That rider out of Fox Lake, that is a 1999 Arctic Cat, pursuing your leader, the 15 of Kyle Omachinski. Green flag still being displayed. We are under green. Could be closing in on the leader here. Second and third looking pretty quick on the racetrack. White flag, here comes the Arctic Cat in second. Kyle Omachinski leads Dustin Schwant as they head into turn number 3 and 4. Who's it going to be at the finish line for the checkered flag? Here comes the battle. Wow. It looked like Omachinski, followed by the 326, the 779 right there as well. Colton Kreutzer out of Drake. Oh, what a race that was. We talked about that being competitive in that class, and that was awful competitive. Time for a cooldown.tv instant replay. Through turn 3 and 4, Omachinski leaves the door open a little bit too much. The Arctic Cat almost pulls up side by side. Yeah, it looks like the Arctic Cat got second there with the 779 third. Wow. Kreutzer in third. What a race that was. One more lap of that would have been fun, huh? Race 50 of 54. So we'll do race 50, 51, 52, and 53. Then we'll take a grooming break, and then we will come back with the Pro Champ 440 final. Race 50, Pro Lights. Final for 3 laps, 3 riders, 3 laps. The 113 is going to be Kendra Westland riding the Gusta Sod Farms, 53 is Alyssa Gusta, and the 30 is Jazelyn Rathke. Getting set to go as Kendra Westland waves to the crowd here. Race 50, Pro Lights, quick 3-lap sprint. Alyssa Gusta on the 53 with a great start. We are racing race number 50, the Pro Light Final. Next up, race 51 will be the Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid. That'll be a final for 5 laps. What a battle for the lead this is. 90 miles per hour. They are flying, those girls. Oh, we got a collision going into turn number 3. Wow, holy. We will get our safety crews over to turn 3 and 4 here. And our recovery crew, and get you an update from turn 3 and 4 here. She is up, you're saying, Anthony? Okay, that is great news. Rider is up and okay. There's the 113 walking around, the 53 of Alyssa Gusta. Looks like Jazelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin, getting the worst of that one. But moving around nicely, so that is good news. We can see that cooldown.tv replay here. If you're on the World Wide Web, that was an intense battle for the lead at speeds of about 90 miles per hour. A little bit of bouncing going on in turn 3 and just getting into the back of the leader. Leader was able to continue, but the red flag came out immediately. So we will have some business to take care of momentarily after clearing the track. Last call for Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquids. Then the ice bikes will follow, then the Junior 2s and Junior 1s. That is a combined race. All right, well, all of the riders moving around very, very well over in turn 3 and 4, so that is good news. See Kendra Westland over there. Alyssa Gusta on the 53, the Gusta Sod Farms 53. That is a Hool chassis. Everybody helping out to get this race underway. Many thanks going out to FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead, along with Twisted Tea. Also like to thank the Access Credit Union, the Beausejour Home Hardware, Sobetsky Enterprises here in Beausejour, Oak Bank Hearing Center, Cubex, Al Meisner Limited, the RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour. As the 113 of Kendra Westland pulls the rope. Get that sled fired up and ready to go. Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the number 30, heading towards the pit area. All right, it looks like the 53 of Alyssa Gusta is motioning to somebody in the pit area to come fix something possibly or needing a part. They are over at the exit to the pit area in turn 2. 53 still off the sled. Still working in race number 50 in the Pro Lights. Okay, so we are going to restart for sure. 2 laps remaining, we are told. So they are rolling back there and getting back towards the start-finish line here momentarily. So we will go racing once again in the Pro Lights. All 3 will return, we're told, so that is good news. 2-lap duel to the finish here in the Pro Lights. And here we go. 113 of Kendra Westland will start in the number 1 spot, the 53 second, and the number 30 will start third. So let's see if Kendra Westland can get on the gas for 2 laps and hold on to the win here in your Pro Light final. Here we go, we're racing. Alyssa Gusta, the Gusta Sod Farms 53 with a great start, taking over the lead. And Gusta is on the move in turn 3 and 4. Westland in the second spot on the 113. The 30 now taking over the second spot. 94 miles per hour on the previous lap. As we race through turns 3 and 4, checkered flag is out. And it looks like it's going to go to Gusta. Alyssa Gusta on the 53 from Stead will take the win. Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau on the 32nd. The 113 Kendra Westland third unofficially in race number 50. That is your Pro Light division. And here comes your race 51. Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Supermod 340 Liquid, Sunday final. 5 laps is the distance. We have gotten 0 notifications on qualification, so I'm assuming, or rather disqualification, so I'm assuming that everybody will be coming back for this one. So here's your lineup. The 44 is Vic Mazer, the 79. Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec on the 74 Skidoo. Riding the 65 out of Enola, this is Norm Chura. The 20 is Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. Riding the 66 is Greg Herr. The 165 is Justin Habing. And the 62 is Wyatt Wilkins out of St. Charles, Michigan. That is a 1975 Arctic Cat. Vic Mazer rolling up on the 44 out of West St. Paul. That is a 1973 Polaris. Sabrina Blanchette, joined by Norm Chura on the 65. There's the number 66 of Greg Herr out of White City, Saskatchewan. We are getting set to go racing right now in race 51. While Chura dropping to the 3rd spot. After a real good start, Sabrina Blanchette on the outside of turn number 3 now, challenging the leader. Here they come out of turns number 3 and 4. They are moving. These sleds are quick. Luke Lacasse on the number 20. Luke is from Hanmer, Ontario. This final scheduled for 5 laps. Sabrina Blanchette followed by the 20. Norm Chura in the 3rd spot. The 62 is 4th. That is Wyatt Wilkins in the 4th spot currently. 87 miles per hour. This is your Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid combined class. Number 20 losing ground on the leader. Chura losing ground on 2nd spot. Vic Mazer in the 5th spot out of West St. Paul on the 44. White flag, 1 to go for Sabrina Blanchette. Tension in the pit area. Next up, the Ice Bike Open. Ice Bike Open for race 52. And Sabrina Blanchette will win that one. The rider out of Quebec wins it going away. Number 20, Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. The 74 Skidoo in the 2nd spot. 3rd is the Polaris. That is the 65 of Chura. Then the 62 4th is Wyatt Wilkins, followed by Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul on his 73 Polaris for 5th. Vic Mazer on the 44, unofficially 5th. That will do it for race 51, Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid. Now, the ice bikes for 3 laps, your final. 219 is Caden Kotowicz out of Petersfield. The 47, this is Owen Nault out of Clandeboy. The 48 is Tyler Feeblecorn. The 14 is Rylan Katazinski. The number 58 is Jim Fleming. We're not sure if he's going to be in the lineup here. The 489 will be Avery Carr from Beausejour. While watching this class throughout the weekend, the 219 of Caden Kotowicz has been really, really fast. And there is the 219 coming up to the line with the 14 of Rylan Katazinski and the 48 of Tyler Feeblecorn. So a small field here for 3 times around. 3 bikes, 3 laps. And a 4th joining now. A little bit late to the party as we get set to go. A little bit of trouble on the start for the Kawasaki rider. Tyler Feeblecorn out of Beausejour with a real slow start. He's got some ground to make up now. Tension in the pit area. Next race, Junior 2 and Junior 1 F500s need to be in staging immediately. Then our final race, the Pro Champs, will come after a grooming break. 219 showing the way. That is Caden Katowicz. Late to the party is the 489 of Avery Carr, but in second place on the racetrack right now. Avery Carr just made it. I thought we were going to go with 3, but we ended up with 4 in this one. But it is all Caden Katowicz pretty much all weekend. He is out of Petersfield, Manitoba on a 2022 Honda. Caden Katowicz with lots of power in that 2022 Honda. And checkered flag. That's going to do it. Caden Katowicz takes the win over the 489 of Avery Carr. Kawasaki rider almost makes the pass at the end there. And that'll do it for the weekend for the ice bikes. With the 219 of Caden Katowicz taking the big win. 14 riding off in the top 4. Rylan Katazinski out of Selkirk. Here's our final race before a grooming break, and then we'll come back with our final Pro Champ 440 race of the weekend. All right, we have the Junior 1s and the Junior 2s. Now we'll talk about the Junior 1s on the back row first. The 11 is Ben Meyer, and the 626 is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau. For the 14 to 17-year-olds, Junior 2 F500s, the number 60 is going to be Braxton Cassidy, the 23 Dylan Fox. Number 10 is Derek Meyer, and the C21, sponsored by Century 21, is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. Getting set to go, Junior 2 and Junior 1. Junior 2s will take off first, and the number 10 with a good start. Derek Meyer on the number 10 out of Michigami, Michigan. Showing the way in the Junior 2 F500 class. This one on the books for 5 laps. Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba in the second spot on his number 23. .81 miles per hour on the previous circuit for the Junior 2 F500 class. We've got a great race up front here between the 10 and the 23. Derek Meyer on the 10, Dylan Fox on the 23. Ben Meyer on the 11 and the 626 of Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, battling in the Junior 1 class. Ben Meyer on the racetrack as a Junior 1 F500, but doing a good job against the Junior 2s, even though that is a combined class, actually separate. Combined and run separate. Combined race with separate entries. White flag is out, 1 to go. And your winner is going to be the 23 of Dylan Fox. 10 with problems. Broken sled on the number 10, unfortunately. That is Derek Meyer, who led most of that Junior 2 F500, but you can see the number 10 is stopped on the inside of the front straightaway. So Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba, took full advantage of that struggling number 10 and took the win in the Junior 2 F500 class. There's Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin, coming across the line. Waylon was competing in the Junior 1 F500 class, but we will now need a recovery sled over onto the front straightaway. That for the 10 of Derek Meyer. Well, we're going to take a short grooming break now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and come back with your final event, your Pro Champ 440 final. Grab yourself a beverage over at the Moose Den or at the concession area, and we're going to be back. Also, don't forget Christmas gifts available over at the Moose Den. Check out our full line of CPTC promo wear before you go home today. We'll be back momentarily with our final event of the weekend, Race 54, the Pro Champ 440 final for FXR.
December 2023 was a race weekend here at Beausejour with a lot of anticipation, a lot of excitement. As many of you are aware, unfortunately, John Hankey, driver of the number 157, had a very serious and unfortunate accident coming out of turn 4 in the front stretch, nearly losing his life. Many times this year, people have asked and shared concern about John. I know that several of his friends in the racing community have reached out to John and kept in touch on a regular basis. I've also been able to communicate with John periodically, and John, knowing that I was going to be coming up here to help with Cool Down TV and the live stream broadcast from the races, was kind enough to share a statement about his current situation and how his recovery is going. I'd like to share that statement with you, since John, unfortunately, yet is unable to speak to that extent. John stated, "Last year has been a ride. Currently, I'm moving to another new outpatient rehab facility close to home. Therapy seems to be working. Slowly, but surely, my left side is waking up. I just walked 300 feet with my walker in my quote-unquote 6-minute test. I've started water therapy, which has been awesome as well. Thanks to my most recent surgery, I'm eating again. Very slowly and not always successfully, but it beats tube feeding any day of the week. It might not be permanent, but another surgery will keep it going. My year was also filled with racing. My nephew won a track championships in quad racing. Dad and I split a new asphalt bandolero as well, and my nephew Cam got lots of practice. We are looking at a 20-race season for 2025. I still require assistance for getting dressed and getting around, but every week is better. Sight, voice, all the little things a tad better. There's a long road still, but everyone's support means the world. You can visit me in our hauler at Eagle River, where Brandon will be driving for our team, and will be making a run at the 2025 World Championship in the F3. I love and miss every one of you." In addition, John went on to share with me just a few days later, "I am eating a caramel Reese's peanut butter cup. It is life-changing stuff." John, you're a rock star. I've never seen anybody in my life work harder at a task as difficult as yours is. Please know that you remain in the thoughts and the prayers of the entire race community. We love you and we support you, and we can't wait to stand next to you and share a story. Work hard at it, John. We know you will, and we're there to help you. Hello, everybody. Brent Richter here at the CPTC complex in Beausejour, Manitoba for the opening weekend. It's ice oval season. We're pretty excited to be here. And as part of the fan experience this year, we want to be sure that you get to know some of the drivers and the racers that are out here on the track. They're competing. We're enjoying the sport as spectators, but it's good to know who's there. So today I'm very happy to welcome the fan favorite from the poll that we did on the website, Mr. Danik Lambert. How are you?
I'm pretty good. How about you?
I'm fantastic. I'm happy to be here. You as well?
Oh yeah, same for me. We can't complain when you're at the racetrack.
That's right. It's happy time of the year.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's been a long off season.
Yeah, really long off season. We had a lot of work to do on the sled, so we worked hard all summer, and we're getting ready to practice today.
Good for you. Hey, you did some work on the trailer too, you were telling me ahead of time.
Yeah, we had to change the axle, paint the trailer, a bunch of inside work, so it's going to be better this year.
Yeah, people I don't think necessarily understand how much of a commitment it is to this sport year-round. They seem to think sometimes you show up a week before the race and spend 8 or 10 weekends in the winter running around in circles and then go home and put everything away. It's not really the case, is it?
No, it's not. You got to keep training all year long, maybe a little bit easier in the summer, but still you got to keep training if you don't want to be too out of shape when it's time to get ready for real. You got to disassemble all the sled, get all the part fixed and get ready, so it's an all year long kind of job.
Sure is. Rumor has it that you are not running F500 here this weekend. Is that true?
Yeah, I decided to keep my focus on Champ because we're getting closer to the top spot, and you know it's tougher to drive 2 different sleds during a weekend. You kind of get mixed between your setup and mentally it's kind of hard. So I decided to let the F5 at home for this weekend and see how it goes, and we might take it later on in this season.
Tell me about the differences between the F500 and the Champ sled.
The easiest way to explain it, an F5 is not made to go left. You can go right with it because it's a trail sled, right, that we convert to ice oval. And a Champ sled is made to go left, so you can always trust your Champ, but you can never trust your F5. That's the big difference.
That's a great way to put it. Not a lot of the racers in the ice oval series have nicknames. You're already grinning because you seem to be a magnet for them. Tell me about the Hollywood nickname.
It came around maybe like 7 years ago when I started racing for Paul Whitterill. They were filming a TV show and I was part of it. So I had camera all around and they were in the trailer all weekend. So the team were like, wow, we feel like we're in Hollywood. And the day after they stick a duct tape, wrote Hollywood on it, and it stayed.
And how do you like that name?
I used to hate it, but now I kind of like it. You know, it almost fit me well, I think.
Kind of follows you around, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah. So you're going to commit your time to the Champ class this year. The Champ class isn't easy. You know it, I know it. We've been around the sport a long time to see it. Committing to just that class, what are your expectations now?
For sure, we're going to chase the win all season long. We never had a USSA win. We won a couple final in Champ, but never a USSA one, so that's the big goal. We know the field's going to be strong this year, probably stronger than last year, but I have faith that the boys did some really good work on the sled. I trained my ass off all summer, and I think we're ready.
Good deal. Do you feel like the top of the class is stretching away from you, or do you feel like the bottom's coming up and catching up, and that's what's bringing the field closer together?
Yeah, I think that the bottom's coming up. I don't think that the front runner are going away. I think I'm still there with them, but I think that the field is like overall just better.
Awesome. How'd you bring in your helmet today? Tell us a little bit about your helmet, what you like in it, what kind of brand it is, and
yeah, I bought that helmet like 2 years ago. It's Bell full carbon. I think it's Moto 9 Flex. I love it. You know, it's super light. It's probably the best helmet I had. I had a couple crashed in it. Never had a concussion, so I have nothing to say against it. It's just the perfect helmet for me, I think.
When you put your helmet on, do you feel like a little bit of insulation from the public, from people, like you're kind of in your own world in that once you put the helmet on, you kind of just create this own space yourself, you can get into race mode, is that?
Yeah, not the second I put my helmet on. For me, I just stay the same till the guy in the pit lane asks us to go on the track. The second I hit the track, it's the moment I get zoned in, and you're kind of not the same person almost. You don't think the same, you don't think of the same stuff. It's just another world completely.
Can you describe that at all?
I couldn't. I just can't explain it. It's just like you put blinders on a horse. Yep. That's the right word, yeah?
Yep.
So you just focus on what you got to do. For no reason, you just can't think of anything else. Like even if you would try to think about what you're going to do tonight, it just won't happen. It's just your head is racing 100% and you don't think about anything else.
When does that turn off?
The second the checkered flag drop.
Really? That quick?
Yeah, that quick. Like let's say it's not what you think about, but if you're cold, you won't feel it. The second you cross the line, you're cold as hell. So it's the same with the mental. You don't think, and the second you cross the line, you start thinking about the next race and about what went wrong. And
sure.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Like
Absolutely. Takes a lot of people to get you to the racetrack. A lot of sponsors, a lot of friends, a lot of family. Who do you want to thank for your race season this year?
Yeah, the most important I want to thank is my team. Paul Whittrail decided to make me his first driver of Champ a couple years ago, and we got a big team. Davis working all year long. He's my good buddy now, and without him we couldn't race. And the rest of the team, you know, Mike, Chuck, Dan, they are the most important in that team. Obviously Paul, the owner of the team, and I got a bunch of sponsors that I would love to thank.
Sure.
So there's a couple in French, so sorry if it's not totally clear for you guys, but we got A+ Race Go, Spark Energy Drink. It's the new sponsor we have this year for caffeine. You know, we got to run under the light, so it's super nice when you're getting a little tired.
Absolutely.
Dofralex, Construction GM, BCI, Papi, which is the brand I'm wearing right now. If you want to look like Hollywood, you just got to wear Papi. Remec, CNC Tracy, Les Instincteurs Galants, Mécanique NP, et Massothérapie SD.
Yeah, okay, I missed those last ones.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Your first round of Champ, you've got some stiff competition. You've probably looked already, right?
Yeah, I know.
You're going to run up against Matt Gady, Justin Peterson, a couple of the big guys.
Yep.
So you're going to test your stuff right off the bat.
Yeah, it stressed me a little bit to start off right off the bat, like you said, against the big guy, but it's the best way to know if you're in the game or not, because you know that these guys, even if it's the first race of the season, they're going to be right on the dot. So it's the best way to know if you got to do something crazy in the trailer for the next round or if you're in the mix.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to wrap this up with the FXR Fast 10. So you're going to get 10 rapid fire questions. Just tell me the answer. Don't have to give me the reason.
Okay,
I'll go from there. Okay, you want to pick one? You want me to pick?
You can pick.
You sure?
Yes.
All right, you're doing relationships. Blonde or brunette?
Blonde.
Boxers or briefs?
Brief.
Hugs or kisses?
Kisses.
Dimples or freckles?
Freckles.
Prefer leggings or jeans?
Jeans.
Tattoos or piercings?
Tattoos.
Which is worse, bad breath or body odor?
Bad breath.
Do you prefer brains or beauty?
Beauty.
Night owl or an early riser?
Night owl.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Peanut Butter Cup.
Yeah, absolutely, all day long. Best of luck.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
have a great weekend, safe weekend. That's Danik Patrick, driver of the number 3 Skidoo. Good afternoon. Brett Richter here at the Beausejour Complex for the CPTC. It is race weekend and conditions are absolutely fantastic. Have a little time here today, so we're going to chat with another one of the racers who has a little bit of an interesting history. We've got the number 29 F500 of Brad Harrison with us, and he's got a little bit of a change from last year, so we're going to get into that. How are you doing, Brad?
Good, yourself?
Fantastic. Yeah, it's a beautiful race weekend, right?
Yeah, it was a little bit cold yesterday and the day before, leading up to the weekend, but looks like it's going to warm up a little bit.
Most people aspire to go up through the ranks and end up in Champ. You've run Champ, and this year you've made a concerted effort to say, I'm going to go back and race F500 and put my marbles in that game. What brought that decision around?
Yeah, so kind of rewinding a little bit, I actually started off my racing career in F500. So yeah, I raced that for a few years, and then I ended up getting a Pro Lite. I ran it at Beausejour for about a year and a half, and then I made the transition to Champ. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I was in Champ for about a season, and then I ended up selling the Champ, and I had an offer to run actually my old F500 that I originally built. So I took that opportunity, and here we are.
Yeah, actually I saw some pictures of it just the past couple of days. It's a sharp looking machine.
Yeah, it turned out good. I mean, we work on it all summer, so a lot of work goes into it. And
yeah. What's going to be the hardest transition for you to go from Champ to F500?
It's definitely the speed. It's a little bit slower. Honestly, I do kind of enjoy working on the F500 a little bit more. It's not as hectic and crazy as Champ.
Right.
I mean, I got to give my hats off to those guys running Champ. It takes a whole team to run a Champ sled. So.
Right, yeah, successfully. If you want to get to the top of the Champ class, it's not an easy climb.
Yeah, for sure.
It takes a lot of work and a lot of time to get there. The F500 class is becoming more and more popular again. It's almost, I don't want to say the average man's class, but almost anybody can get into an F500 class and be somewhat competitive and have a good time and race it. But there's a level of competitiveness when you start getting towards the top of that class that I think almost rivals champ. Would you agree?
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a top 5 or 6 people that are really competitive every weekend. They're always consistent, so you gotta for sure watch out for those guys.
Yeah. How do you feel about driving styles in F500 versus champ? I feel like in champion you've got a pretty good idea if this is so and so, you understand their driving style. With F500 being a bit of a feeder class, are you a little bit more on your toes? You got to be a little bit more paying attention to what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of is an entry class a little bit. As you kind of work your way up though into pro F500, the guys are a little bit more aware of kind of where their driving lines are and stuff. So you're not as bumper cars as sport F500 or whatever. But yeah, no, for sure, champ. You can trust those guys when you're coming into a corner. They stick to their lines, and
right.
That's yeah.
What are your season aspirations for the F500 this year? You got a lot of traveling you're going to do. You're going to kind of stick close to home. What are you thinking?
Yeah, you know what? We're for sure going to run, local here at CPTC, but I'd like to for sure go down south, maybe try and hit up Wausau and maybe run a CMPR a little bit. We'll see how this weekend goes and kind of go from there.
Sure. Do you have a benchmark for this weekend? You got something you're shooting for?
Yeah, for sure. We kind of want to leave off or start where we left off in March there. Out of 27 guys, we finished second in pro, so we kind of want to come out hot and heavy and keep it going for the season.
Yeah, it's a big field. When I was looking at the listing, I was surprised at how many people are in there already.
Yeah, I think we got 21 guys, so
yeah,
it should be a good weekend. And
your first heat's got a couple of stalwarts in it.
Yeah, you know what? Kendra, she's in there. Colton Abraham, he's in there. So yeah, it's going to be it'll be a fun heat. And Kendra, she's always fast. So right. She's always somebody to look out for.
Yeah, it's always fun. She's another one of those ponytail people. You see it flying in. Yeah. Hopefully you're not seeing it from the back, but you never know. Yeah. It takes a lot of people, obviously, to get you to a racetrack. It takes a lot of sponsorship and a lot of help. So is there anybody you really want to thank to make that happen?
Yeah, you know what? I want to thank Mike and Tanis Shackelford. They're the ones that gave me the opportunity here to run the F500 for them. Mike's healing up there, so. Yeah, I'm just glad to be a part of their team for this year. Obviously, I want to thank my dad, Tony, my wife, everybody in the trailer who's involved. It takes a whole team to put something together for a weekend here. So, and then yeah, my sponsors, Triton Air Mechanical, Shore to Shore Marine and Power Sports. We got Big Smoke Barbecue. We got Madsen Bros Auto Body. Parish Backhoe Services. We got Bow Estates and Guillot Family Farms and Works Crankshafts. So yeah, I want a huge thank you to those guys.
Yeah. It's really important in the sport these days. Everybody's aware that there's not a lot of money floating around here. You're not out here trying to win $10,000 this weekend.
No, not this weekend. But yeah, no, it for sure takes everybody to kind of make a team. So.
Yeah. Just recently announced is a Decker Triple Crown for the F500 class, which I think is really kind of an interesting approach for what is not quote unquote labeled the premier class anymore. What are your thoughts about that Triple Crown series?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, $10,000 to win's a huge payout. Of course, that's American money. So if a Canadian goes down south and wins that's with the dollar exchange, that's some pretty decent coins. So, but yeah, it's cool to see F500 being that class that they chose for that. There's always tough competition and a lot of guys that show up for F500. So I think it'll be pretty sweet.
Yeah, it'd be really nice if we can keep that going and keep that series kind of working year round. So or for next year. So great news. You ready for the FXR Fast 10?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Easy ones. Oh, you got sports and recreation. Racquetball or tennis?
Tennis.
If your wife made you attend, would it be a dancing class or a cooking class?
Cooking class.
You play chess or checkers?
Chess.
Xbox or PlayStation?
Xbox.
Would you rather have a mountain bike or a road bike?
Mountain bike.
Rather go to a flea market or a mall?
Mall.
NASCAR or NHRA?
NASCAR.
Canoe or a kayak?
Canoe.
Would you rather play paintball or ultimate frisbee?
Paintball.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Oh, I'm going to have to go with frozen Reese's.
Nice. Good answer. We like that one.
Yeah.
So best of luck this weekend.
Yeah, thank you, Brett.
I'd like to see that helmet coming back just the way it is every time. Don't want to see it upside down or sideways or in the hay.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So, all right. Best of luck.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is Brad Harrison, driver of the number 29 F500. He will be out in race number 8 this weekend, sorry.
All right, we are back at the beautiful Co-op Community Complex getting ready for race 54, the 54th and final race of the day in the Pro Champ 440. This will be the final for 15 laps as we get set to go with the premier class here at the Co-op Community Complex with some of the best riders in the world on the big half-mile oval right here in Beausejour. Here's how they're going to line up. The 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, is Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. And aboard the 220, this is the Red Bull Skidoo out of West Chicago, Illinois. The pilot is Gunnar Stern. The 39X comes to you from Campbellsport, Wisconsin on a Hool chassis. This is Justin Peterson on the 39X. And on the Skelton number 3 out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec, the number 3 is Danique Lambert. The number 8 is Travis McDonald. We believe he will make it into this one after suffering the flu yesterday. Travis McDonald, sponsored by Skidoo and Bennett's Marine, and has been quick all weekend long. The number 15 is Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota. That is a 2024 Polaris. And also on a 24 Polaris is the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 39 of Tom Olson. The 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson from Chisago City, Minnesota. The number 54 is from Eden, Wisconsin. This is Calvin Peterson. The 31 is Will Garceau out of Mishicot, Wisconsin. And the 55, Brett Keelback, is out of Beausejour. Brett Keelback out of Beausejour on the number 55, rounding out the field. This is your Pro Champ 440 final. Are you ready? We are racing. Here we go. Looks like a good start for the number 6 on the outside of turn number 1 and 2. That number 6, of course, Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. We have got traffic in turn number 3 and 4. Wow. Your current leader coming down the front straightaway is G-Money Gunnar Stern. Look at the top 5. They are tight on the track in this 15-lap final for Pro Champ 440s. Yesterday, the winner in the USSA Pro Star Cup was the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. So far, Gunnar Stern on the 220 looking pretty darn sharp here. Red Bull Skidoo showing the way. Travis McDonald on the number 8 out of Lockport. Fortunately made this race after suffering the flu before the final yesterday, but Travis McDonald has got that Bennett's Marine Serve Pro number 8 with all the candles lit here. Here comes the Wall Brothers 102 into the second spot. Blaine Stevenson on the move. Last night's winner here in Beausejour is now looking at the taillight of your race leader, the 220 of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. Lots of traffic at the back of the pack as well as your leaders working through turn 3 and 4. Still under green here. G-Money Gunnar Stern in the number 1 spot. Number 6 is 4th. That is Gavin Peterson, the 39X of Justin Peterson, currently 5th out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. That is a 2015 Hool chassis. Gunnar Stern continues to dominate here. 39X working on the number 6 now. Justin Peterson on the 39X, challenging Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Cross flags being displayed. We're halfway through this 15-lap race. Blaine Stevenson on the 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, has the 220 in his sights, but it's going to be tough. Gunnar Stern does not make too many mistakes on the half-mile oval. In fact, he'll be back in March to challenge for a 7th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship, which would tie Terry Wall for the record if he can get the job done. The Red Bull Skidoo continues to dominate here with the 102 in the second spot. Racing now for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th here in this Pro Champ final. True professionals on the racetrack. .39X to the 3rd spot. The 8 dropping to 4th. That's Travis McDonald. 39X Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on the Hool chassis. Gunnar Stern continues to lead this one. McDonald now to the 5th spot. Here's your leaders on the front chute. White flag for Gunnar Stern and Blaine Stevenson on the 102. 39X. Looks like Blaine Stevenson might have just pulled off. Oh boy. Checkered flag goes to the 220 of Gunnar Stern. 39X will take the 2nd spot, followed by the 6. We will make sure that that is all kosher here with our lap counters. Want to make sure we have the official top 3 finish here before we announce, but Gunnar Stern with a dominant performance. The 102 of Blaine Stevenson was following along for quite a while and, of course, pulled off. That was Blaine Stevenson that pulled off on the 102 after winning the USSA Pro Star Cup round last night. So just give us a few seconds here and we will confirm the top three for you. All right, so we have the 220 as the winner, the 39X, Justin Peterson second, Gavin Peterson third on the number 6. That is now official, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed that race. That was a good one. Well, Gavin Peterson on the number 6 third spot. Boy, you guys were setting a real fast pace out there. What did it feel like going around the big half-mile oval?
It was sweet. Track was getting rough. Definitely the arm pump was setting in a little bit there at the end, I'll admit. But it was fun.
All right, let's talk about the arm pump and the training that you guys have to do. This isn't just something you sit on the couch and all week and then come and race on the weekend, is it?
No, you got to prepare for it for sure. I work at it every day, and it's paid off, obviously.
Any sponsors you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank FXR, Bike Mate Performance, Team Woody's, Ski-Doo, and then obviously my dad, Dusty, and my Uncle John. They're over there. They help me out every single weekend. I mean, for years now, and without them believing in me, this wouldn't be possible. So thank you.
All right, how about it, ladies and gentlemen, for the number 6, Gavin Peterson. Now we'll move to the 39X of Justin Peterson. Well, that 220 had an awful lot here today. Stevenson was in second, but that 39X has been no slouch all weekend long.
No, I mean, we had some mechanical problems that kept us back yesterday, and I don't know, spent some time last night getting everything dialed in, and seems to be working all right today.
What's the goal for this season, the 2024-25 season on the USSA Tour?
Win something.
Absolutely. Any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Oh, a ton of them. So I got Stud Boy, Meyer Yamaha, Lot of Septic, Climb Clothing, Power by Perry, Axis Machine, and Tool, and Dean Sibold for sharpening the carbides.
All right, how about it, ladies and gentlemen? That is Justin Peterson on the 39X, and now we go to the champ here tonight, the number 220 Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. Well, you talked about your goals in the pit area on Friday. You've got one of the top crews out there on the circuit, and they really made this thing work for you here tonight.
Yeah, it's, my crew's, the best in the business, in my opinion. They work so hard on this thing, up until the last minute, working on this thing, trying to make it as fast as possible. And it was handling great. Even when it got rough there at the end, I still felt really great on it. I felt pretty good physically on it. So it was a fun race. I had a good F3 race today, and my guys, they would make it go around the track here for me. So I'd like to thank all of them. And my brother-in-law, he won the F500 race today, so that's awesome. Colton Abraham, it's good for him. Like to see that for him. Obviously, thank all our sponsors: Red Bull, Skidoo, Woody's, Traction, Tubble Towels, FXR Racing, Feast Oil, Dayco Power, Abraham Trucking, Excavating, all the guys that help us out everywhere. My crew, my family, my parents, my wife, Mike, Greg, who came with us this weekend, Jason, Tim, everyone that's with us in the trailer. Can't thank them enough.
All right, how about it, ladies and gentlemen, your race winner here tonight, Gunnar Stern on the 220. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that brings to a close our first weekend right here at the Co-op Community Complex in Beausejour. Don't forget, we're going to head on over to the Moose Stand momentarily. We will do our check presentations. We want to thank everybody out on the World Wide Web taking on the CoolDown.tv event, and all of you here live with us all weekend long. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you in March right here in Beausejour.